Now, and what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Yeah, Brad Pitt is totally overrated, not that good looking. Yeah, the Oscar, he's always on about the ratings. Like he thinks he's still doing a TV show. You're not doing a TV show, you're president, can you believe it?
I'm president! Can you believe it?
No. It's still sinking in. Yeah, the ratings on the Oscars TV production way down. They're not reaching the moron demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
You know, the dinglings. Those people. Aerial pictures emerged yesterday showing flooding in the grounds of George and Amal Clooney's mansion in Berkshire. Totally overrated George Clooney, also not that good looking. The Thames spilled over its banks and left the Hollywood star's tennis court and veranda of his summer house and much of the lawn completely underwater in Sonning. Isn't that terrible? George Clooney's fifth favourite home, and it's damp. He'll have to spend more time anywhere he likes. He's rich. There was pages and pages and pages of this stuff all over the internet. I'm amazed that there was room for anything else. They had to delete some cat videos just to get pictures of George Clooney's damp house on there. George Clooney could try his place in Venice. I mean, it would probably be drier than Berkshire. The 17th century Grade 2 listed house is located on an island in a river. You'd think that would clue him in as to its eventual demise. It's an eat. I think that's right. Doesn't Kate Bush live on an eat too? Maybe they're neighbours, best buddies, I betcha. Has he actually ever been there? Well, I know that he has, because I've sat in the pub where he sat, probably on the very same seat. Gosh, it wasn't exciting. He seems to be attracted to places that flood. He's got a place in Venice, he's got a place in Lake Como and Sonning. But enough about him, he'll be all right. What about the average staunch Tory voter who bought into all that people's government stuff? I fear a dawning realisation coming on. And there was just such a fella in the news, a staunch Tory voter whose home was swamped by floods, was urging Boris Johnson to leave his country retreat to see the damage in the flood zone for himself. Guess what his name was? That's right. Vic Haddock. I swear I'm not making that up. The man's actual name was Vic Haddock. He'd suffered £100,000 worth of damage to his riverside home, adjacent to a business that he runs, which is hiring out canoes. I'm not making that up either. Yeah, of all the businesses on earth that you think would be flood resistant, hiring canoes would be right at the top of them. Apparently not. I mean, so he's disappointed. He voted for Boris Johnson, one of the salt-of-the-earth northern types who voted for Boris Johnson, and is coming to the dawning realisation that Boris Johnson might not be the person that he thought he was. Why on earth he would have come to the conclusion that Boris Johnson was on his side in the first place? Well, I can't possibly imagine. So he wants Boris to leave his free palace and attend to the needs of the little people, not leprechauns. What do you think about that, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he'll get back to you. Somebody get that mop out. I feel a photo opportunity coming on. The reason he hasn't gone to see the floods is, A, he's not remotely interested in the plight of the little people, and B, there's not a general election coming up. So why would he want to do that? Unless I'm getting any of this wrong, in which case you must correct me. So Vic Haddock said, I've supported you, Boris, now come on and support me. What do you think about that, Boris?
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
And now we get to the nub of it. I'm getting teary at the naivety. Floods of tears predicted. I've supported you, Prime Minister, now come and support me. Expecting an immediate response. What do you think, Boris?
Here we go.
Yeah, okay. Boris says, here we go, remaining exactly where he is. Jeremy Corbyn, meanwhile, you remember Jeremy Corbyn, don't you? Yes, that's him. He went. He said it was the duty of the Prime Minister to be in places where there are difficulties. But, that's just evil socialist talk. The Labour leader was visiting a place near Pontypridd that I can't pronounce. So I'll just say it's near Pontypridd. It had been left underwater on Sunday as Storm Dennis ravaged the UK. And we got more to come, if you can believe that. I'll get to that in a minute. So Uncle Jezza was in Pontypridd, South Wales. But you know what? The Conservatives won that seat. So why was he going and Boris Johnson not going? Oh, that's right, because he's already won that seat. Yeah, job done. He's ripped you out of his address book. I bet Boris Johnson couldn't find the south of Wales with a sat-nav. Has he ever been to Uxbridge, by the way, which is supposed to be the MP of? Now, I spent 4 years in Uxbridge at Brunel University, so I can completely understand why people would not want to go there, but it's his blooming job. Anyway, Jezza went, Boris didn't. Not so far. He's too busy, I've got no idea, enjoying himself, I would expect. The Conservatives won that seat. Jeremy Corbyn went, a Conservative didn't. I mean, you'd have to say that the good people of Pontypridd won. They voted Tory, the Tories won. And they did that because they thought it would be in their best interests. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Is Boris everything you hoped he would be? And Boris Johnson, by the way, has spent the parliamentary recess shuttling between Downing Street and Chevening, if you please, the Foreign Secretary's grace and favour country estate in Kent, swanning around on a country estate, surrounded by bone-dry luxury and hot and cold running servants. What a complete surprise. The PM's official country residence, by the way, Chequers in Buckinghamshire, is currently being renovated and Boris Johnson is paying for it personally. Of course not, you are. We haven't really heard much about that. I actually looked it up. I tried to do homework. Can you believe that?
No.
I actually looked it up on the internet, see the renovations going on at Chequers. Now, there's plenty about the renovations going on in the Houses of Parliament, because that's cross-party, and there's plenty about the renovations going on in Buckingham Palace, because that's Her Majesty, and no amount of money is too much to pour over Her Majesty. But I couldn't find a single word about the renovations going on in Chequers. I bet they're spending a huge amount. So anyway, back to Vic Haddock from Ironbridge in Shropshire. He said that while flood barriers were erected by the council on the wharfage on the opposite side of the River Severn, residents on his narrow row of cottages had no such protection. He told Sky News, "I'm a staunch supporter of Boris Johnson and I believe he's going to be a great man for the country." I wonder if a doubt or two is beginning to creep in. He says, "Now, I've supported him. Come on, Boris, come and support me. Come and see me. I'll buy you a pint. We'll have a chat about this. And we'll find out who's responsible to give us a little bit of aid." And he said that days ago. And Boris Johnson jumped into the next car and sped over. No, haven't lifted a finger. No, Mr. Haddock, you get nothing. Vic Haddock has had his chips. He said the floods were the worst he could remember in his 17 years living in the area. Oh, so he's a newbie. The Fire Brigades Union also added to the criticism of Boris Johnson, accusing the government of failing to plan for floods in the long term. Well, it's hardly their fault. I mean, it's not like they've been in power for 10 years. Oh, no, that's right, they have. The Fire Brigades Union highlighted that there had been cuts of more than £140 million to English fire and rescue services over the 4-year local government finance settlement. Which is odd because the government and their spokespeople seem to be going on and on and on about the enormous amount of money they've been spending. But I guess you can massage the stats any way you like. I mean, it's surely something to do with EU intransigence anyway, isn't it? All of this must be the EU's fault. Immigrants clogging up the drains, probably. Matt Rack, the FBU General Secretary, Fire Brigade Union General Secretary, that is also a name I'm not making up, Matt Rack. How macho does that sound? He said, the Prime Minister has shown absolutely zero leadership as flooding devastates our communities. Well, relax, Boris. It's exactly what we would have expected.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Zero leadership is what we were expecting. He said firefighters on the ground, fighting to keep people, homes and businesses safe, and Boris Johnson cowers in Westminster, which is completely unfair because part of the time he was cowering in Kent. The Fire Brigade Union's chap called Matt Rack said flooding is nothing new and will only get worse with climate change. He said the C word, climate change. No, it's weather. He says climate change is the thing that's going to make it worse. He says our ability to tackle its consequences has been utterly undermined by a lack of long-term planning from this shambles of a government. A shambles. Do you believe that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I mean, that is... let's just step back just a minute. A shamble. That is a little bit unfair. It wasn't this government's fault. If only we hadn't been run by the failing Labour Party for the past 10 years under the chaotic leadership of Jeremy Corbyn, this country would not be in the state it's... Oh, no, that's right. It wasn't Labour, was it? It was the Conservatives who've been in charge. Still... I'm sure that the best party to solve the problems caused by the Conservative Party is cutting rules and regulations, don't they? And people whoop and cheer as though that's a great step forward. Rather missing the point that the rules and the regulations are there for your protection. He was going to cut through the dither and relax the planning rules, David Cameron, when he was going for election in 2012. And at the time... the National Flood Forum's chairman, Charles Tucker, argued that the new framework has, at a stroke, the new framework of relaxing the planning rules, he said it's scrapped the carefully constructed raft of technical guidance, context and definitions built up over years for flood protection. Still, it all worked out in the end for David Cameron. We're still not missing you, by the way, Dave. But we know where to find you. If we do, you'll be in the shed where they keep the tools.
I think this is nonsense.
Paul in Exeter says the Orange One's dislike of the Oscar-winning film Parasite is due to the fact that real Americans don't do subtitles. Well, yeah, plus it's exactly like the fellow who made that film tweeted. And I tried to find that tweet, and maybe it got deleted because of the tsunami of ire from his, drooling yeehaw fans.
I love the poorly educated.
He doesn't read. That's why Donald Trump couldn't like Parasite, because it's got subtitles. It's not that he doesn't like subtitles, that he can't read them. He has got no idea about that film. He didn't watch it. He doesn't know anything about it, other than it's not Merkin. Jim in Cumbria says, here he comes, 3 hours of anti-everything. Well, that's very negative of you, Jim, if you don't mind me saying so. Very, very negative person you are. Here he comes, says Jim. 3 hours of anti-everything. 4 exclamation marks. Pure negativity time. 3 exclamation marks. Oh, it's going down. Or maybe I'm getting better. He says, if you see nothing good in our country, that's your choice. I could turn off, but I love it. I just say, huh. Well, that took an unexpected turn right at the end there. Was not expecting that. He loves a bit of it. Lorna says, how's your nasal passage? Well, I thought it was okay, but I sound a bit nasally right now, don't I? Maybe I'm still ill.
Stop whining.
This says, Kate Bush lives in South Devon, near Kingsbridge. I thought she lived near London, mate, in the Thames. Doesn't she live in an eat in the Thames? In fact, I just looked it up, as though the internet would know. But I guess, why wouldn't the internet know? Oh, my God, this phone, it just does not recognise my fingerprint anymore. It's me, you moron. Open. So I've got to do my squiggle. Well, can my life possibly get any worse?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
It says Kate Bush's house, she lives on an islet on the Kenneth the Kennet and Avon Canal. Is that wise? Devonholme is also featured on this site. What site? Other questions that people ask about Kate Bush. How much is she worth? Boatloads. And is she still alive? Blimey. I mean, I know it's been a good long while since you released Ariel, Kate. Maybe you should send out a missive. Just send out a picture of your beautiful face. Stick it up the internet. Alex in Leeds says, so Boris Johnson had the mop out during the flood in Matlock in November 2019. As we now know, it was just a prop for a staged photo opportunity. Where is he and his famous mop this time around? Pathetic. Well, the big difference is, Alex, that then there was a general election to be won. Now there isn't. Now we have the cover has been peeled back, and we see who he really is. The exact same person we always knew.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we're expecting a big turnaround. Come on. Like he's going to become prime ministerial. Neil tweets, Idiocracy was on TV last weekend. The film, not the usual rubbish. Anyhow, from now on, Trump should be known as President Orange Camacho. Well, I'm disappointed that I didn't think of that first. Oh, this guy. He's okay then. Ranjit.
Hi, mate. I think that Jim that's texted you is very negative.
Yeah.
And he's a sucker for punishment.
But he loves it, though. He loves a bit of it.
And Boris Johnson, yeah? You know his mop head, yeah? We should turn him upside down, right? And use his hair to soak up the
Wow,
stuff.
I wish that other people had thought, oh, no, that's right, they did think of that.
Right, yeah. Can I give you a couple of analogies? Are you old enough to remember the original Charlie's Angels?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Now, can you...
It was Farrah Fawcett.
Fawcett, yeah. Sabrina, Kate something. Kate Jackson. Anyway, never mind that one. Okay. Listen.
People only remember Farrah Fawcett because of, the hair.
And the other bits, yeah.
Yeah, well, they all had other bits. Nobody had that hair, though.
Yeah, but she had a couple of coat hangers as well. Okay. Can I give you the analogy first? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like it opened up. Once upon a time, there was...
This isn't Material, is it, Ranjit? Because it sounds very much like Material.
It is bit of Material,
Oh, no.
Oh, a listener with Material. Okay, so Dominic Cummings opens up and says, right, once upon a time...
Oh, okay.
Right, there were some politicians...
Hey, Ranjit, can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Thanks. 0345 6060 975. What a very cooperative call. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We don't do jokes. Anyway, David tweets, who does Boris think he is? The Codfather. Oh. Vic Haddock. Can you believe that? The guy's name was Vic Haddock. I almost fell off my chair when I read that. Vic Haddock runs a canoe hire business and is up to his eyeballs in water. Still, he's got hope. He's using his hope as a flotation device. Joe in Neasden says, no, Nick, sadly, you're absolutely right. APSALUTELY. Well, it's close enough. He says, no, Nick, sadly, you're absolutely right. Boris is obviously a fake, a coward, and a cockroach. Well, don't sit on the fence, Joe. Tell us what you think. A cockroach who's only interested in himself and in it for himself, but the problem is the people are falling for it. Millions of ordinary working people have been conned into believing that he cares about them and is on their side. LOL. That's how stupid we are. The man is a complete charlatan with a posh voice, and people buy it, God help us. Well, there ain't no such thing as God, so we're fresh out of luck. If there was such a thing as God, then we'd be in a lot better place right now. It would be like heaven on earth. Wouldn't that be marvellous? But sadly, not. No evidence of any kind whatsoever. Zero. Stephen Rimney. Doesn't really matter. He says, Boris does know where Pontypridd is. The charity that he got Dylan his dog from is based very close to Pontypridd. Well, did he go there and actually select it in person? Or did he have one of his minions go do it? And Zoe says, and through it all, he didn't offer us protection? Archie in Inverness says, Trump is right about Brad Pitt, though, Nick. He is a stiff. Makes Schwarzenegger look like Olivier. Yes, sirree, the Donald is tippy-top as a film critic. You're just playing me like a zither, aren't you? You just want me to play what you want to hear. And I absolutely will not do that.
It's incredible in, as we would say, tippy-top shape. Tippy-top.
Yeah, Brad Pitt. I don't know, did you see that last film with him and, what's it, from the Titanic? You know, the guy who spits a lot over the rails of the Titanic, which I found a little unpleasant. It was a bit weird. And he was a bit stiff. But he's a movie star. He's not an actor. He's a movie star. I mean, you might as well say that about, Bruce Willis. I mean, is Bruce Willis a fabulous actor?
No.
No. Is Tom Cruise the world's best actor?
No.
No, but he's the best paid because he's a movie star. And we like it that way. We want to get out of a boring, dull existence and go on a fantasy ride for a while and put ourselves in the place of those people that we know on the screen. And we know them because they always play the same people. Like Meryl Streep, who was also totally overrated, according to Donald Trump. It's a bit hard to put yourself in her position because she's completely different every single film. But Bruce Willis is the same. And that's the way we like it. Same as Brad Pitt. Don't criticise the things that we like the best, Donny. That ain't going to do you no good. In Glasgow says, oh my God, Nick, and your helper, who is always on the phone. Yes, you. Does he mean you?
Campaigning for in 2012, the year then.
Oh, he's talking. He's busy, he's having a chit-chat. He's socialising. He says... oh my God, Nick, you and your helper, who is always on the phone. Yes, you, hey, you laddie, stand still. He says, in Glasgow, it's torrential rain and gales. I pray John Algorithm calls and talks. He is a class act. Although how that's going to help you, I've got no idea. I bet it is still raining in Glasgow. I'll check for that on that in a minute. Angela says, will you be doing a one-man show like Steve Allen? Absolutely not. I couldn't think of anything worse. Why would anybody want to come and look at me? I can't imagine it. Why? Ed says, why don't you allow anyone on who may make us laugh? Who may make you laugh? So I'm just to allow anybody on and let them gas on in the expectation that eventually somebody might say something funny? I don't think you really quite get it, Ed. I'm trying to run a show here. Lambeth, hello, Vina.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
I just thought I'd give you a call because I heard you say earlier, you don't believe there's a God. So
I know there isn't.
So I just need you to listen to me carefully, please.
Oh,
so when you go to a museum and you see a really beautiful painting, and you really admire it, you really like it.
I really like it.
Yeah. How do you think it got there?
Because a painter painted it there, and then somebody probably stole it 100 years or so ago, and then eventually the Tate bought it off them.
Right, so it's got a painter. We agree on that, yeah?
Pardon?
It's got a painter.
It's got a painter, yeah.
Right, okay. So when you walk outside and you see the trees and the grass and the flowers, where do you think they've come from?
Nature. Millions of years of change and luck and chance.
Just accident?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And when you see yourself, would you think you're an accident?
You bet.
So
just look at me, Vina.
You've got your brain, your heart, your cells, your kidneys, everything
all
placed
accident.
in the right place.
All an accident.
I think that's seriously, Nick. You are more intelligent than that.
No, Vina, but you don't appear to be. You think that anything that is not explainable directly by science is God?
It's very, very intelligently designed.
Oh, don't be daft, dear. Of course it isn't.
It's daft. It's true.
Oh, come off it. Prove it.
It's absolutely true.
Prove it.
When you're
Prove
right,
it. Prove it.
It's all around you.
That's not proof. It's all around you. You mean you can't explain it, so you think that's God. The giant invisible space wizard poofed it out of nothing.
We haven't made it, have we, as human beings?
We haven't made the trees. No, they made themselves.
No, they can't make themselves big. Think about it more seriously.
Oh, Vina, I'll think about it seriously, and you think about it full stop.
We've made computers and everything else. And,
and God did that?
Of course he did.
God made computers.
Well. No, we did. We human beings made computers.
Yeah.
But God made the sky, the moon, the sun, the stars.
Right, you're just filling in the gaps in your knowledge, Vina. I don't know how this happened, therefore God did it.
But you didn't see him do it. It doesn't mean that he didn't. You need to give yourself a chance to actually consider it, rather than just...
Okay, did God make the Holocaust?
No.
Right, but why didn't he stop it?
Guess where the Holocaust and all other suffering in the world, guess where it's all come from? It's a 3-letter word.
God.
No. Starts with S.
S?
Yeah.
S?
Yep.
A 3-letter word that starts with S?
And ends with I. It ends with, well, okay. Ends with N. Sin.
Sin, right. But who created sin?
Human beings sin. God did not.
Yeah, but who created human beings?
God created human beings.
Right, so everything that we do is down to him.
He gave us free choice. We're not robots. He could have made us robots, but he decided not to. And then look what we do with our freedom.
He could have made us robots, but he decided not to. Right, well, you seem to have great knowledge about what it is that God did and did not decide to do. How on earth could you know that?
But it makes a whole lot more sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Vina, honestly, you're making absolutely zero sense.
It's much more
None
sense
at all.
Bang. The Big Bang is rubbish.
No, but only because you don't understand.
I do understand.
People have, for millennia, people have been filling in the gaps in their scientific knowledge by saying it's an invisible space wizard that's done it. That makes perfect sense. How is the sun moving across the sky? Well, it's because it's being pulled across by a winged chariot with a god at the holding the leash. And how is the moon doing that? And what are the stars? And they had absolutely no idea. So they said, "Oh, well, that's God, that is." And we're still doing it today.
You'd rather believe in the Big Bang that's just out of nowhere.
Vina,
I mean,
your lack of understanding of scientific knowledge just means that you fill in the gaps by saying it's God that did it.
No, but Nick, honestly, God created science. It all goes hand in hand.
God created science. Well, if God created all of these things, then he also created the Holocaust. You can't get around that. He also created miserable death of hundreds of millions of people, all of whom, every single one of them, prayed to God that it wouldn't be their time. All of them. And God ignored every single one. Billions of people that have died crying out to God for help, and he ignored all of them, Vina.
It's not fair. It's not fair to blame God for what human beings have done. God didn't have a child.
Okay, well, okay. All right. Okay, well, I'll explain this. Childhood cancer.
What would you mean, explain it?
Explain it. Well, I mean, if human beings didn't create a cancer in a newborn baby, so if it's all about sin, then what on earth has a baby done?
It's a fallen world. I didn't say it was directly a sin of what people have done directly, but because it's a fallen world...
You did, actually. You did say that.
Yeah, human beings have all sinned. Every human being...
Well, a baby?
Babies are born into a fallen world. It's a sinful world.
Yeah, but what has the baby done?
It hasn't. It's just come into this world.
Right, so if a baby has done nothing, if it is free of sin, then why childhood cancer?
Because there's disease in the world because of sin.
Yes, but who created the disease? Vina, who created the disease? Same person that created the trees in your world. Why give it to a sinless child?
No, but the worse that sin gets, you get awful things in the world, unfortunately. You get suffering, you get wicked people.
Vina, did God invent trees?
Yes.
Did God invent cats?
Yes. He made
did God invent molecules? Did he invent germs? Did he invent disease? It's all the same. It has to be yes. So why give it to a child without sin?
He hasn't given it to the child.
Well, he absolutely had. The child didn't ask for it, didn't go out and get it. It's just been born.
The child is born into a sinful world.
Right, okay, so the child did nothing, but he or she is struck down before uttering their first word because somebody else sinned at some point. I mean, we're really going into bizarre territory here. Honestly, these days, how anybody can still believe that stuff is just mystifying to me. That's my religious belief, and it's just as valid as yours. I can't go on, Nervina, because honestly, I might as well talk to my pen. I will not change your mind one iota, because yours is completely made up and set in stone, and I've thought about it for quite a while, and it just doesn't make your point of view doesn't make any sense at all. Zero. If God invented trees and he made everything that lives in the world, then he made the things that are killing us. Why would he do that to a baby? Anyway, I didn't want to go down that road at all. I just explained that God doesn't exist, and that's an end to it. But people who say, well, you can't criticise me because of my religious belief, feel absolutely at liberty to criticise anybody else's religious opinion if it does not coincide completely with their own. No, you've got it all wrong. Tony emails, Kate Winslet used to live by the Thames near Weybridge, but no longer. Well, I know they're both called Kate, Bush and Winslet, but they're not the same person, unless they are. Darren says, did you see the story from Folkestone? Cash found in a washing machine at Folkestone home as police investigate money laundering. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, I've been blindsided.
Oh, no.
Another listener with material. When will it ever stop?
Failure to communicate.
Yes, I do realise that I haven't done the weather yet, and there's a lot of it about, and we're about to get deluged again. And you know whose fault that is? Glasgow first. Here's Robert. Robert.
Hello? Nick?
Yes, Robert. Are you calling from the bottom of a well? It puts the lotion in the basket, or it gets the hose again.
Hold on. I have a trachectomy. Hold on. Listen to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but only for a brief period.
Delightful. I just wanted to say that I have, it doesn't matter what I have, I just see a Friday and Saturday evening at this time with your show, it brings me laughter. And, hello?
Yeah, no, it brings you your laughter, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Well, it's nice to hear that, Robert, and I appreciate it. Thanks very much, mate.
Let me
and another thing, yeah.
Let me finish, please. It takes me time to converse. But John, the electrical engineer, you know who I'm alluding to?
No, but I'll write it down and I'll think about it later. What's going on? Wait, what's going on with this show?
I don't know, sorry.
No, we don't know. Got no idea. We only work here. Why ask us? Angie tweets, Vic Haddock, I once worked with a man called Dr. Coffin. Vic Haddock, that was his actual name. Lots of things about God. I'm not doing a show about God. I'm really not. There is no such thing as God. That is the truth. According to me, that is my official religious position. And there's nothing you can do to prove otherwise. At all. Nothing. Chris says that money laundering story is actually true. Money was in the washing machine. You couldn't make it up. Well, I'm glad that somebody didn't make it up, because that means that it wasn't material. It was just news. It's factual, this show, isn't it?
No.
Floods in the wake of Storm Dennis could spread to northern England this weekend, as further heavy rain could lead to more significant flooding.
Oh, no.
We haven't had enough of that already. England has already had 141% of its average February rainfall in the first 3 weeks of the month. 141%. That's 2/5. Maths fans. We've suffered through 2 weekends of constant wind and rain, and we're about to get another one. Another one. Flooding could spread to areas such as the Pennines and parts of Yorkshire, wherever that is. It's already left parts of Herefordshire and Worcestershire underwater. The Environment Agency's manager for the two counties, which have suffered much of the worst of the flooding so far this week, said such episodes were not normal and going to get worse. Oh, relax, man. It's not climate change. It's weather. I heard that from someone who has no idea what they're talking about, who got it off Facebook. So it must be true.
Correct.
The level of the River Wye on Monday peaked at more than half a metre higher than any previous recorded figure since records began in 1908. Another of the 5 biggest floods ever recorded took place in October. Can you see a pattern here?
No.
Of course not. It's just weather. Tomorrow, the whole of Scotland and much of northern England falls under yet another yellow weather warning for strong winds gusting to 65 miles an hour with showers of rain, hail, sleet and snow. Rain, hail, sleet and snow. Blimey, it's like winter outside. Greg Dewhurst, another name I'm not making up, he of the Met Office, who also does a nice line in sausages, he said it's never ending. It sounds a bit unscientific and alarmist, don't it? It's never ending. He says there's no sign of things calming down anytime soon. Ah, well, he might as well have released a statement which said... Caroline Douglas, the Environment Agency's Director of Incident Management, said further spells of rain in northern England from Friday, as in now, and into the weekend, may lead to further significant river flooding, particularly across the Pennines, while ongoing river flooding remains probable for the lower 7 for the remainder of the week. She says this is the 3rd weekend that we've seen exceptional river levels and stormy weather, and with the effects of climate change, we need to prepare for more frequent periods of extreme weather like this. She said the forbidden phrase. It's not climate change, it's weather. Absolutely everyone in my social media feed says so. And the Met Office forecaster Matt said much of northern England could expect to receive up to 40 millimetres of rain today, and you double it and add 9 and multiply by 5 and add 32 to get to feet. I think that's the right formula. 40 millimetres of rain. To get to feet, you need to double it, divide by 9, multiply by 5 and add 32. So you double 40 is 60, and multiply by 9, 60 by 9 is 45, divide by 5 is 12, and add 32 is 54. There's going to be 54 feet of rain in northern England this weekend. You believe that?
No.
She said, is it a she? No, he. Well, Matthew could be a she. Sexist. He or she said, clearly there's going to be ongoing issues as we head into next week. Yeah, we'll be heading into next week by boat. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast?
Negative.
From now until the first week in March, unsettled and often windy conditions are expected to continue. Rain will be heaviest across western and northwestern areas. That's you, Glasgow. I'll check while you're waiting. Raining tonight, this is Glasgow. Oh, strong winds and rain, some of which may be white. Hail showers tomorrow. Rain and hail. Sunday, rain. Monday, rain. Tuesday, raining. Wednesday, wait a minute. Sunny intervals. Oh, no, it's raining at night. Also raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday. And here's another dry possible day. Wait. No, it's raining in the evening on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday. So basically raining every single day for the next 2 weeks. Oh, well, never mind. You don't have anything to wear when the sun comes out anyway, do you? So from now until the first week in March, unsettled, windy conditions are expected to continue. The rain heaviest across, I've just told you. There's an increased chance of large amounts of rainfall and very strong winds. Now, that's for the first week in March. And for the following couple of weeks, until the third week in March, when you think that things are going to start to get a bit better, I mean, it's the end of March is when the clocks go forward. Won't that be marvellous? Until the middle of March, conditions will turn generally more settled by the middle of the month, with more prolonged dry spells possible, especially in the south. Temperatures mostly above average. Mostly above average? We'll take it! 0345 6060 973. Let's have Noah in Chingford.
Yes, hello?
How appropriate, Noah.
Hello?
Yes, Noah.
I just wanted to talk to you about how God is actually real.
Oh, great.
Okay, I have a little story for you. So there was this man, and he was looking for a sign from God. And he waited and waited, and nothing came, absolutely nothing.
Well, that's a surprise.
But then he opened the translated version of the Quran, the holy book of Islam.
Yeah.
And the first line he read was, "Haven't we showed you enough evidence? Look at the sky, look at the water, look at the sea, look at the mountains."
Right. Look at child cancer.
Yeah, but this life is a test. It doesn't come with ease.
It's a test.
Yeah, this life is a test. Why do you think he put us here? Because there's heaven and hell. There's a choice between them two.
Okay.
And we have to. You don't just go into heaven.
Right. Okay, that's great, Noah. It's you convinced me. 0345 6060 973. I don't want to take any more calls about God. God told me not to, as a matter of fact, and that's true. Matt says, Nick was talking about camera and campaign. This says, has Vina ever heard of photosynthesis? This is listeners now picking fights with each other. They don't need to pick a fight with me, they can pick a fight with each other. Many of them could pick a fight on their own in a lift. So the cast of Friends are reuniting for an unscripted show. Well, people are going to be very disappointed because, you know what? Those people aren't that funny. They're just reading lines that somebody else has written for them. They themselves aren't funny. You're in for a big disappointment. John in Wrexham says, I read that. And the Dung Beatles one, and the money laundering story, and Marion in Bromley says, has Nick seen my Trump text sent 10 minutes ago? No. What Trump text? This says, I bet you don't believe in Father Christmas. Well, of course I believe in Father Christmas. That's been proven. I've seen him. Here's Enfield. Hello, John.
Oh, good evening. I'm Spartacus, actually, as usual.
Okay.
What I would like to remark upon, why has the government allowed UK power networks to be taken over by the Chinese? Because it does, in fact, directly affect our security, particularly if they wanted to go to war.
Well, what seems bizarre is that we're fretting about asking the Chinese to put up a phone mast, but we're perfectly okay with them building nuclear power stations here.
Well, this is a ridiculous thing, isn't it? I mean, once they get into our means of living and so on, we, maintain our lives.
Our personal business.
Which is electricity and water and gas.
Yeah.
They needn't drop any bombs or anything like that by aeroplanes. They can just do that from a remote position.
They can just switch it off, of
by
course.
Radio,
yes.
by going onto the power line.
Well, they just unplug us.
Exactly. Exactly, and they're not talking about it. I think this pandemic that we've got at the moment, I think that has been introduced by the Americans to actually
the pandemic, the mad bat disease. Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's been done to compete against what's happening in the marketplace. It's all about money.
The pandemic. You're talking about the mad bat disease.
Well, the
coronavirus.
Coriander virus.
The coriander virus. Yeah.
Coriander virus, yeah.
You think that's been what?
I think that has been engineered against the Chinese as a warning to them, an initial warning, and it's still in existence.
Right. Don't tell me you read that on the internet.
I didn't know. I've come to conclusion.
You made that up yourself.
Wow.
Okay.
I actually go through the whole thing myself.
Yeah, of course.
And find what lies underneath.
Weighing up the facts.
In the dark.
I understand.
Dark side of government.
The dark side of the moon. As a matter of fact, there is no dark side of the moon.
No, of course not.
It's all dark.
Well, it depends on where the sun is in relation to the Earth.
Yeah. And the sun
the
is
dark side can be just like
with the
we
moon.
have night and day. They have night and day.
Of course.
They're on the other side of the moon.
Yeah, I know. It makes me want to sit down, put the headphones on, and tune the lights out and listen to it right now, as a matter of fact.
Rock and roll!
All right, thanks a lot, John. Keep thinking. Is it my fault? So far, I suppose it must be. I was going to talk a little bit more about our imminent demise, and people keep talking about this Thwaites Glacier, which I bet a year or so, well, maybe this is the first time you're hearing about it, but it is the thing that's going to do for us all. Climate change. Antarctica's Thwaites Glacier has warm water from 3 directions, well under it, threatening to destroy the ice sheet and raise global sea levels by up to 2 feet.
Oh, no.
And that might not seem like very much, but it'll be a considerable issue up your way, unless you live at the top of a hill. A group of scientists from Oregon State University made the most of ice-free waters in West Antarctica to look underneath the glacier, which is about the size of Great Britain. A glacier! They're unimaginably huge. Warm water from the deep ocean is welling up under the glacier from 3 different directions and mixing under the ice, researchers have discovered. It's one of these turning points, like the permafrost melting in Siberia and releasing all of this methane into the air, which makes the air warm up even more, which releases more methane and makes it thaw more. It becomes a self-propelling engine of doom. If this Thwaites Glacier collapses, it could take parts of the ice shelf with it and lead to the single largest driver of sea level rise this century, according to an expert who is in possession of facts. So nobody was remotely interested in anything they had to say. They call it the Doomsday Glacier, due to the potential impact that its collapse could have on sea levels. Already, the Thwaites Glacier accounts for about 4% of global sea level rise, as warming waters cause it to melt from the underside, and now it's being attacked in 3 different areas by warmer water underneath it. Researchers have long held concerns that a tipping point in the stability of its foundations could result in a runaway collapse of the glacier, and we're still dithering about over whether we want to ditch petrol and diesel because of the inconvenience. Well, if your sofa's floating out your living room window, that too would be inconvenient. You know, if the Thwaites Glacier in West Antarctica collapses, melts into the sea levels could rise by 10 feet. 10 feet! Which means that Shanghai and London and much of Florida and Bangladesh and the Maldives and anywhere that's low-lying, basically anywhere that's in sight of water, is going to be in big trouble. There'll be a run on water wings. If it goes up by 6 feet, sea levels, Hull, Peterborough, Portsmouth, East London, the Thames Estuary, all going to be underwater. The collapse of the glacier could begin within decades. It could also submerge New York and Sydney. You know, nothing important. Just London, New York and Sydney, and Miami and New Orleans and Houston and all points north, south, east and west. And then that'll be inconvenient. A 2-metre rise would see parts of Kent almost completely submerged, according to the results of a paper published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, which also sounds like an organ written by people who know what they're talking about. Areas on the south coast like Portsmouth, Cambridge, Peterborough also be heavily affected. And cities around the Humber Estuary, Hull, Scunthorpe, Grimsby. Intense flooding. Oh, well, never mind. Maybe we'll all be dead by the time it happens. And by the way, Extinction Rebellion are going to be active tomorrow. I'll tell you about that in a minute. And also about Priti Patel, who's... I don't think there's any politician who's had more coverage in the news this last week than Priti Patel. I mean, Boris Johnson's disappeared, like he doesn't exist anymore. Remember Boris Johnson? You better come back, Boris, because people are going to forget you're here. I'll get to that in a minute. Donald emails, the money laundering story was in the headlines during the O'Brien show. OK, then. Tony says, I published a book about poltergeists. It must be good because they're flying off the shelves. Oh. I'm in pain. Brian in Ayr says, think these new glass coffins will take off. Remains to be seen. Oh, God, please make it stop. By which I mean you.
Sorry.
Stop putting these things up for me to read. I only know that I've been led astray at the very end. Almost didn't get that one. Remains to be seen. Oh, it's truth. It's just like doing a show to an audience of Christmas crackers. Just stop it, people.
Please hold the line. I'm trying to connect you.
I'm trying to connect Wendy in Fulham. Wendy.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Wendy.
I was going to talk about something completely different, and then I continued to listen. I was going to ask you, have you got the new £20 note?
No.
I seem to have missed out there. I didn't know it was coming. Did you?
Well, I read about it. I didn't realise it was out at the moment. Is it?
Today,
oh,
yeah.
Today, right. Well, no.
Yeah. And who's on the front?
The Queen.
You no.
She is. She's on the front.
What of a £20 note?
The Queen is on the front.
Is the Queen on the front of the other £20 notes then? They're just going to copy her...
Bloomin' well, hope so.
Oh.
Well, who else would be on the front?
No, because, you've got the £10 note.
Yeah, with the Queen on the front.
No, £10 note. The bendy one, and it was like they've got sort of legends of, do you remember that girl wanted a woman on the front of a £10 note?
A girl wanted a woman on the front? I've got a £20. Wait a minute. I've got a £20, but it's an old one.
So who's on the front then?
The Queen.
Who's on the front of a... all right, turn it over.
The back, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the back.
Yeah, now then.
Right, not the front, the back.
Yeah. So we have the Queen on the front of every note, do we?
Of course. It's where Her Majesty deserves to reside, on the front of all our money. I mean, she's got enough of it.
So she's on the front in every note?
Of course.
Is it the same photo, though?
Is it the same photo?
Is it the same...
I think it's an artist's rendition of when she was a teenager, by the looks of the old £20 note. So this old £20... Wait a minute. Of course. Yeah. I mean, have you seen the money, Wendy? I mean, I know everybody uses credit cards these days.
Well, yes.
So you seem to be surprised at what's on the front of every note. Of course. Here's another shocker, Wendy. She's on the front of every coin as well.
Yeah, but she looks the other way, doesn't she, on coins?
Well, it depends how you hold it. I mean, she could be upside down. It just depends.
Well, No, but if you get it in the correct, like, or stamps, for example, doesn't she look...
No, I think she looks to the left.
Ah.
She's in half profile or quarter profile, whatever you call that, on the £20 note, but on coins.
Oh, half profile,
she's in full profile, always looking to the left.
She?
Yeah.
Oh,
because
full profile, and then you said looking to the left.
Yeah, looking to the left.
Full. On every banknote, is it?
She's looking to the left on the £20 note, always looking to the left, because she's a Labour supporter. Everybody knows that.
Oh, poor lady, yeah. And I mean,
poor lady?
I mean, because it's... Yeah, I mean, I like the Queen.
Of course, what's not to like, with the spangles and the hats and the waving. We particularly like the waving.
Handbags,
Oh, sure, yeah.
But, okay, so who's on the back of the new £20 note then?
Why are you asking me this? Isn't it Turner?
Because I haven't got one.
Okay, well, fingers crossed, Wendy. Maybe in the fullness of time you'll be able to save up enough to get one. Gosh, I hope you can. Anyway, there seems to be something wrong with this show today, and I'm blaming you.
It's my first day.
Oh, right. That'll be the reason why. So, Extinction Rebellion are going to be marching tomorrow, and Priti Patel is very upset about it. Priti Patel supposedly fell out with the Home Office officials after she accused them of dragging their feet over tougher action against eco-warriors. The Home Secretary wanted them to look into ways to change police powers to stop protesters bringing cities to a standstill. How can there not be laws to prevent people from bringing a city to a standstill? I mean, if I wanted to go and park a caravan, for instance, in the middle of Oxford Circus, you'd think that there'd be a law to prevent me from doing that. Pretty soon the government is not going to have the luxury of blaming the European Union for all its inabilities. They're going to have to take some of the responsibility themselves. But Priti Patel felt that the Home Office officials were raising objections to reforms which could have helped the police tackle organisations such as Extinction Rebellion. As I said, there must be laws. And it seems always the case that, we are unable because of European rules or because of the Labour government's intransigence or some excuse that we can't actually control a situation. So what we do need is more laws. No, you don't. You do not need more laws. You just need to use the laws you've already got. I mean, it's hard to know who's telling the truth now because the government and the civil service seem to be at each other's throats. Everything looks like fake news these days. I mean, what are the measures that the Home Office were objecting to, for instance, if indeed they were objecting? What measures did Priti Patel want to bring in that the Home Office said, no, you can't do that, dear? I mean, was it imprisonment without trial? Removal of their children? Or their knees? We don't know. I mean, what about the Boris Waffen Squirter 9000? I bet Priti Patel would want to get that on the road. Fire that up, hose those uncooperative crusties right off the road. I mean, the problem is, of course, that whatever inconvenience that Extinction Rebellion caused is going to be nothing compared to the devastation that they're trying to warn us about. But, we'll deal with that when it's too late. We certainly won't deal with it beforehand. We'll wait till it's too late to deal with that. And the government doesn't seem to know what it wants. Makes a big show out of banning petrol and diesel cars at some far-off point, far enough that they won't be in power when that point arrives, and somebody else will have to, kick the can down the road. And also say they're going to ban coal fires. You won't be able to have a coal fire. And at the same time, they okayed a new coal mine in Cumbria. Does that make sense?
No.
It doesn't make any sense. We're all behind closing off your ability to burn coal but we're also going to give our thumbs up to opening a new coal mine. I mean, the government doesn't seem to know what it wants. I think the government has a dichotomy. It must create some sort of noise in the brain. But it sounds like that. And this is days after the police stood by when protesters ripped up the lawn outside of Cambridge College, which was pretty stupid. Are the police able to police these days?
No.
No, it doesn't seem that they are. I mean, how can they not arrest somebody who is digging up a lawn? How is that not an arrestable offence? You don't need new laws. You just need to use the ones you've already got, surely. But I bet it's all to do with EU meddling. I mean, if somebody from the government hasn't said that already, then they will. Believe me. It's probably because of 10 years of Labour misrule over the past decade of a disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, no, that's right. It's the Tories that have been in power since 2010. And the police came under fire for failing to stop a group of eco-warriors as they ripped up the lawn outside Trinity College in Cambridge. That's the one that I think they charged 10 quid to get in. £10! What? It's not worth it. I've been there like several times. There's nothing to see apart from the cathedral, which is impressive. Other than that, it's featureless. But it's the most famous one, so people queue up to pay. If you're going to go to Cambridge and go around colleges, go to the smaller ones. The ones that don't charge are usually the most interesting. And at present, apparently, there is little the police can do to tackle Extinction Rebellion until they actually start their protests. So they tell us. And Priti Patel is understood to have asked officials to draw up plans to change the law to allow the police to intervene earlier. Now, that part sounds alarming. So now we're at maybe this is what the Home Office officials were are objecting to. Arresting people who haven't done anything yet. Arresting people who haven't done anything yet based on people that look like them have done illegal things in the past. Can anybody think where there may be a problem with that?
It can only be attributable to human error.
Oh, that was so close. That wasn't the one I was aiming at, but it was very, very close. Arresting people or the police intervening to quiz or handcuff people who haven't done anything yet because people who look like them have done something in the past. That sounds familiar. Apparently, XR protesters like to chain themselves to things. When they're not gluing themselves to stuff, they're chaining themselves to things. And Priti Patel wanted to know if there was a way the police could intervene if they see people carrying chains. Of course, they might be walking home because someone nicked their bike and all they've got left is the chain. But, you know, that's their fault for being a hippie. I can remember I was walking along, this is ages ago, decades ago, I was walking along the street minding my own affairs. And I was stopped by the police and I was unawares. This was February. And it was absolutely freezing out. And they said, can you identify yourself, please, sir? Or words to that effect. And I inquired, curiously, why they'd stopped me. And they said, well, you're wearing gloves, you see. There's been a lot of burglaries in the area. Gloves. It's February. So maybe the Home Office was nervous about that, okaying mass roundups of people that you don't like the look of. And people that are going out tomorrow in Russell Square should keep that in mind. There's a Together We March event in Russell Square in the centre of London tomorrow. This is the details from the climate activists, XR. It's about the right to a peaceful protest and saying enough to harm. That doesn't make any sense. This is about the right to peaceful protest and saying enough to harm. That doesn't make sense. Enough of police clamping down on peaceful protesters, they say. Enough of being labelled extremists for standing up for each other. Enough of fires decimating wildlife and homes from the UK to the US, Australia to Amazon and Africa. Enough racism. Enough separation. Enough of the media controlling our story. Enough government failure. More courage, more collaboration, more love. Well, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of.
Rock and roll!
XR, Extinction Rebellion, is one element of a much greater movement, and we must recognise our strength in unity. They say bring your organisation, movement or group's own banners, placards, voices and lurve. They're going to be wearing their hearts on their sleeves. Literally, they want you to bring a heart and sew it on your sleeve, which is a bit literal, but okay then. Wear pink and red, they say. Create your heart and wear it on your sleeve as we march in resistance and solidarity. That's in Russell Square tomorrow. Don't bring chains, whatever you do. We are doing Dave in Harrow. Hello.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it just reminded me to talk about climate change, because I've just been down to Heathrow today, and I just think some people are taking it. The problem is that, it's a very cynical world, isn't it? And some people are just, I mean, okay, Heathrow, just cut to the chase. I mean, they've got these great big posters everywhere. I mean, you're talking about billboards, and it's the latest thing is, I didn't know whether to be inspired or not, or I just suddenly thought, is this a mick take or what? It says, we need to talk, and it's got on the poster a great big, anybody who's been there can't have failed to miss it. It's got a great big picture of an elephant attending the terminal, and it's saying, we need to talk.
Who left this elephant here? Yeah. Do you recognise this elephant? Yeah.
Yeah, we need to talk about the elephant in the room. Climate change, we need to talk about the airport, we need to talk about the elephant.
Well, who's advertising?
I think it's... Oh, now you're asking. Didn't see the small... Well, I did see the middle print, but do you know what? For the risk of...
Well, just on the basis of that alone, it's not a very good advert if you can't remember what the product is.
Well, no, I'm just trying to remember if it was actually the actual Heathrow itself. I don't know even how the airlines work. I seem to think it was just Heathrow. I don't know if that's like Network Rail run the rail.
Well, I've got no idea. If you can't read the small print, then
I need to go to Spectros.
Yeah.
But it did say, I think it was actually to do with the actual infrastructure. It wasn't to do with a particular airline, because it did say, the print underneath said, since 1990, we have reduced our carbon emissions, but our structures.
Yeah.
What it said, that we've reduced our carbon emissions by 93%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
and I think it said
the entire facility is made of trees. Yeah, which are still living. Yeah.
Well, this is it. It's all This is it. We're using stuff that's going to be burnt otherwise anyway.
Yeah. The problem is people. It's not corporations or governments. It's people. People will not do anything to save people until it's too late, because we don't. Well, it just comes down to we don't want to, and that's an end to it.
It's almost like they, want to have the accident happen. It's just ridiculous.
I mean, can we be bothered to actually put our rubbish in a rubbish bin? No, we just drop it on the floor. When we're finished with it, we open our fingers and it falls from our hands, and we just drop it on the floor, and somebody else can pick it up. If we're not even prepared to do that, then we're certainly not prepared to take action that might inconvenience us slightly in the short term for our long-term benefit. Human beings aren't interested in the long term. They're interested in right now. We've got the developmental age of a toddler.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's all short-termism. It's just kind of
it's what we'll do for humankind, short-termism.
And and blow the other guy down the street. As long as I'm okay, Jack. Everything's okay. But and then it said something about by 2050 they're going to become, what's this buzzword, carbon neutral or something.
Oh yeah, sure we will. Mm-hmm.
So
what we're waiting for is somebody with a magic wand to come along and make it all better. But that's not going to happen. We're going to have to change our lifestyles in some way, and nobody wants to do that. You know why supermarkets put food in black plastic trays, even though we know and they know that you can't recycle black plastic because the machines can't see it. They put food in black plastic because we prefer it. We think food looks better in black plastic, and that's why they sell it to us. If we can't even be bothered to leave black plastic food containers on the shelves, then asking people to change their lifestyles and flying less and getting a more eco car is you're just whistling in the wind.
Is marketing, isn't it? I do wonder though. There's I think a lot of it is we kid ourselves. We're in an information age that we've got all this information. But I know somebody said to me, I think if people knew how much they were actually paying towards the packaging, because the packaging is actually a significant part of the product price. And if they thought, gosh, you could have had that for like 2/3 of the price if you didn't have the plastic packaging, because there isn't a choice and people aren't even aware of it. It's like when you buy bottled drinks. See, there's no return coupon deposit like there used to be.
Yeah, there used to be, when we were in a far less eco-conscious place. How come we don't do that now? Because we can't be bothered. We'd rather throw it away. Let somebody else deal with the problem. Or put it on a ship and send it to China.
Yeah, well...
They can sort through it.
Well, yeah...
Or we throw it in the sea, then we won't see it anymore.
It's bad the way people are sort of pointing the finger at places like China, like as if they create all the waste. No, the waste they've got is probably our waste.
Yeah. I tell you what really gets me are those nets that fruit come in. They put lemons and oranges and limes in nets. Those nets.
Mm.
Why?
Oh, okay.
What's that for? We can't pick up 5 lemons with our own hands and put them in our basket. Why do they need to come in a net, for crying out loud? And you cut the nets and they splinter into a million different bits and they cover your hands and they're all over the floor. And so if they do that when you just cut it open to get the precious fruit out, then can you imagine what it's like in nature when we chuck it in the sea or wherever? It's going to be into a billion different parts of plastic which are eaten by fish, which are then eaten by us.
Well, yeah, this is it. It's what goes around comes around.
Yeah, and then we wonder why the entirety of the Western world is riven with disease from top to toe. Everybody's got, well, not everybody, but like 1 in 3 in a population are going to get cancer. Gosh, I wonder why. It might be all that plastic we're eating.
Well, this, is it? They've worked out how to make plastic. But
somebody should look into that.
Is there any research going on? I just wonder if anybody's...
I've got no idea. I don't know, but no doubt that there will be some magic solution. We won't have to lift a finger, not do a thing.
We'll just put it into a incinerator.
Why were you in Heathrow, by the way? I mean, you weren't going
I'd
anywhere.
take a trip down there.
What?
Sometimes...
For the pleasant atmosphere? What do you want to go there for?
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, the actual fumes is... I don't know if it gets you deliberate high. It wasn't the intention, but I don't know. It's one of those strange... I needed to change the scene, and it is quite nice. I'll be honest. The actual... because they only built that Terminal 5.
Now, when you say you went to Heathrow, did you mean you went to the outside and watched the planes coming in and going out, or did you go into the actual terminal?
Well, went inside the bit where...
You went to the terminal?
The terminal, yeah. But they changed it around a bit.
But it's not a very pleasant place to be, is it, an airport terminal? Because it's full of people who are confused. They don't know where they're going. They're late, apart from anything else. They're very, very stressed. There's this electric crackle of displeasure in the air. Why would you want to go and hang out with those people?
Do you know what? It's strange you say that. I wasn't that aware of it last time, but it did seem to be a bit kind of, Westworld or something.
People are on edge when they're going to the airport because they think, well, what kind of a person is going to be driving my plane? Will I arrive alive? Will I even get through security? Have I packed my toothbrush? Did I leave my passport in the cab? All of these things are running through people's minds. It's not really conducive to relaxing.
Well, I tell you what, Nick, if you want to get a train on time, it's definitely good because there was a slight delay, and I was thinking, oh no, this is going to be like half an hour because a rail had gone or something further down the line at Paddington, and I was thinking everybody was there with their suitcases, and I was thinking, oh no, this has been a waste of time because you've been walked quite a long way to get to the rail because there's not a bus now that connects the terminals. There used to be a bus that went between, a free bus that went between the terminals, but they've stopped that. So the only way now is to go via the rail, which there's a free rail connection, free rail link.
Oh, it's one of these Toy Town rail things that doesn't have a driver. Is it one of those, like the DLR, Docklands Light Railway?
I don't know if it's good.
It's like a clockwork railway, like that.
Well,
they don't have drivers, do they? They just zoom along, and you just fingers crossed it's going to stop when you get to the terminal.
But the thing is, it was delayed, and this guy was starting to get. It was literally just like minutes. But
Freaking
I was thinking, it's going to be half an hour. But by that time, people are like going up to the guys, this official, and
I'm complaining, whinging, whining, and moaning.
Stop whining,
he said.
This is it, and
don't question me. And as he calls securities, have them frog marched out.
Yeah,
you can't question anybody in an airport or on a plane anymore because they will have you arrested.
Well, yeah.
Check your attitude at the door. It's true. Be very, very careful, Dave. Mind your P's and Q's. All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, if you... I haven't actually experienced the joys of the Toy Town train at Heathrow, but if you want to get from Terminal 2 to Terminal 5, then you can either take that train or a plane would probably get you there quicker. They're miles apart. The whole thing should get shut down and turned into a tech park. That moon-faced creep who runs Facebook could open a couple of buildings there. And then the airport should be put where it's actually, it makes sense to put it, to the east of London, the prevailing winds coming from the west. And then we won't have millions of people being transported over London with all of the resultant pollution of, both noise and otherwise. That makes perfect sense. Nobody would put Heathrow where it is now if we were starting from scratch. So why compound the problems? Just asking. Why compound the problems by making it bigger? That make any sense? And Windsor says, a listener mentioned Kate Winslet. I've always thought it funny that Kate Winslet and Sam Mendes grew up in Reading, yet they had to get famous and move to Hollywood to meet each other and then get married. There is also a block of flats in Reading named after her. Is that true? What, a block of flats called the Kate Winslet? That doesn't sound like a block of flats. Hi, Wickham. Hello, Matthew.
Good evening. Couple of things. Why was Heathrow built where it was? That's not what I'm on the phone for, but I do know the answer. Why was Heathrow?
It just grew organically from small beginnings.
Why did they build an airport there in the first place?
I give in.
Why did they pick that area?
Tell me.
Because the guy tasked with the planning, it was halfway between his home and his office.
Right, that makes sense.
No, honestly, look it up. True.
I will not look it up. I'll just take your word for it.
Well, good. What I actually rung up for is pollution. I've been in the pollution business for about 10 years and taken the government to task, lobbying them for many years. In fact, my son, Tom, is a real advocate and has proven the government are monitoring the emissions too high. So they monitor emissions at about 9.5 feet. That's not where a young child walks, and that's not where an adult walks.
Is there a big difference between the pollution level at 9.5 feet and 6 foot off the ground?
About 2/3 in all the studies that we've done. So
about 2/3 of what?
Well, PM10, PM2.5.
No, but what do you mean 2/3? What do you mean?
Well, if you look at the pollution levels at a child level, say about a metre and below, the density of dust and VOCs and NOx is about 2/3 higher. but the government are measuring NOx at 9.5 feet.
Why would they do that? Is it because the measuring thing are on a pole and they don't want to put them too low because people will vandalise them?
You're spot on.
I bet it is that, yeah.
No, it is. No, it's that. They measure it with two test tubes. They're called diffusion tubes. And if they put lower down, they can be vandalised. But what these diffusion tubes do is they take the average mean. So they take an average of the pollution over a month. Well, that's not in peak times. So 12 hours a day where we're not really moving around and there's not so many cars, it doesn't equate to that.
Okay, is this stupidity on the part of the government, or is it deliberate?
I don't think it's deliberate. I think, as you specified, it's vandalism and cost. There's the technology available today outweighs them diffusion tubes, but yet we still continue to use them.
But even if it did, even if they were measuring it correctly and they came up with figures that were way higher than they actually are, what would they do about it that they aren't doing now?
Well, if you're over sort of, you have an AQI measurement, an air quality measurement. If it's over 40, then you can implement special measures in that area.
Well, like what?
So you can actually stop. If it's designated an area where it's high levels, you can stop cars and test them.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that, though, are they?
Yeah, no, they do that up and down the country already.
Well,
so they do that.
Have you ever walked down the Strand? You can barely breathe the entire length of the Strand. It's just shockingly bad, the air quality there. And cars are choking that road night and day.
My point exactly. That the way we measure, we have it. For instance, so we have a sunscreen factor from 1 to 50. So you can apply cream on to protect yourself, depending on the UV levels. But we have it that the public, they're not giving us the right information. If pollution is above, say 20, people that suffer with asthma or sensitive. Have sensitive lungs or heart conditions will start to suffer.
Right.
But they don't issue warnings.
Yeah, but okay, warning, don't go out because the air's bad. Well, suppose you have to go out. Suppose you work for a living.
Exactly. Workmen on dust carts. We've done studies on dust carts. They suffer more pollution than anybody. They're chucking in rubbish in the back of a dust cart. They're where the exhaust is for 8 hours of their shift. They should be wearing masks.
Well, I don't know. Masks probably don't do any good, do they? I mean, if they're not going to protect you from the coronavirus, they probably won't protect you from these tiny little micro... I don't know what they're called, but, these little bits in the air that we're all breathing in and they're killing us.
No, a virus is about 0.5 of a micron.
That doesn't really matter. But the problem is that people aren't going to be inconvenienced. We refuse to be inconvenienced, even if it's going to kill us. And the government doesn't want to do anything that is going to upset their potential voters, so nothing will be done, regardless of how high up they're testing the air. It will make no difference.
No, it does. This is the point. Yeah, I agree with you. The government don't seem to be doing anything at the moment in front of the general public, but they are. They're investing millions of pounds into sensors now that are cheap, that you can put on lampposts. They just haven't come through the system yet. So they are investing. They are doing.
Well, they're investing in sensors. We don't need sensors. We know the air is bad. We know that we're being killed by cars. So how many more measurements do they need to take? They need to take action, but nobody is interested in taking action because it's not going to kill you at this minute. The human race is not very good at preventing something that might injure you in the future.
I disagree. Totally. There's a young lady called Ella that died in the South Circular when she was 7 years old. Her mother is a lady called Rosamond. And very interesting story. On the inquest, they put her death down to asthma attack. But the Environmental Agency did have a very sophisticated bit of equipment on the South Circular. So when she died, it was down to asthma. But actually, when they look back, all of her hospital visits when she had an asthma attack were linked to high pollution.
Right, but the South Circular is still choked to this day. Nothing has happened.
I agree, but this is where the change will take, Nick, because...
You seem to be very optimistic.
Well,
but what has happened up to this point that leads you to be optimistic?
I'm getting there, Nick. So if in April that they decide that the inquest decides that it was air pollution, she'll be the first person or child in the UK ever to have air pollution as a cause of death.
Right.
A death certificate. That means somebody's to blame. And that's where the change will come. So if the local authority or the government are having their finger pointed at them and there's a death certificate was air pollution, well, who's to blame for that air pollution?
Well, what do you think they're going to? What do you think they would do in that circumstance?
There's many things you can do with air pollution, and I think London are doing what they can, but nowhere near enough. I don't.
But the resistance of people to electric cars is incredible. I mean, but the people just go puce. The very idea of the hippie idea of a car that doesn't pollute, they just can't stand. They come up with all sorts of reasons. Oh, I'm just way too busy to sit there for 15 minutes while my car charges up. I can't do that. I'm a busy person. I've got to go home and watch television, they'll say.
Nick, I'm not advocating electric cars. I'm with you. To have a powered electric car, it has to be powered from somewhere. So that power...
Yeah, it could be wind power or solar power, not coal. No, we're trying to get away from coal, even though the government has okayed the opening of a new coal mine.
I don't think it has, Nick, if you read the story.
No, it has.
No, I think you'll find it's in planning permission.
Well, I think they've okayed it. I think it's gone through a couple of months ago, didn't it?
No, I think it's in planning permission.
Well, that may or I don't know. I understand that it's gone through.
Nick, I totally agree with you. The infrastructure of the electricity wouldn't cope with all the electric cars anyway. The DNO connections, I work in that area, and there isn't enough power to power all the electric cars anyway.
Well, there's barely enough power to keep the lights on. This is why we've got China to come in and we're begging them to build our power stations, the ones that the French aren't already building.
Well, the French are no good at building power stations, Nick.
Well, we know we aren't.
No, of course we're not. But let me get back to my point with pollution. So I know we're on that subject. You can do positive things in your local area. And my son has done amazing things with his dog called Bagheera. And I hit the Times recently, hit the Independent, hit Google News. Newsround has done an article. He did
amazing things with his dog.
So what he did
stop pollution.
Yes, he did. What he did.
Can you sum it up in 10 seconds?
I can. He put an air monitor on his dog to measure pollution.
Okay, again with the monitoring, we know the air is foul. Let's try and do something about it. But people don't want to because they want to drive to the shop down the road. They could walk there in 2 minutes, but that's too much effort. So they get into a diesel-powered 4x4 and they drive there instead. You can be optimistic if you like. I've decided. Yanis going to be there. Shane emails, how long have we got until this iceberg hits? Should I pay my TV licence? Absolutely, Shane. Always obey the law wherever you reside. Kristen Oban says the Queen isn't on any Scottish notes, or rather the Queen isn't on any Scottish notes. Must get the emphasis right. Yeah, well, she may not be on any Scottish notes, but try and spend those Scottish notes south of the border. People peer at it, going, what's this then? I'll just call the manager over. And the manager will say, haven't you got any proper money? Malcolm in Bodmin says, when you tell bad jokes, they become funny. Were you born with that ability or was it a gift? Yeah, I got it as a present. Gary says, who would you like to be on the back of a £20 note? Constable. I always thought Constable was just better than Turner. Turner paints as though he was a myopic, like he needed glasses. It all looked just like a fuzz to him. Every blooming picture's the same. If you go to the Turner wing of Tate Britain, it's just painting after painting after painting, and they all look the blooming same. Constable, on the other hand. Neil tweets, is there a new moon tomorrow? What's affecting your callers tonight? With the exception of our esteemed electrical engineer, they've all been bonkers. Well, you got a good point. Beverly, hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Great. Couple of points. The first one, I'll put to one side. The second one...
Wait. Can we go back to the first one?
Okay, climate change. We are building, not enough houses in the UK, but at the moment, 90% of houses that we're building have gas central heating and gas cooking. There is no commitment at the moment.
Yeah, short-termism.
Absolutely short-termism.
That's why all houses also look rubbish. All new houses look like rubbish. They're all the same as flats. All looks the same. Doesn't matter where you are in the country. They're all the blooming same. No architectural merit of any kind whatsoever. We are building rubbish in this country because it's cheap.
Matchboxes. We're building matchboxes.
Matchboxes, yeah. Matchboxes with tiny windows.
However,
tiny, mean little windows and tiny, mean little rooms with no cupboards. Yeah, that's what we're building.
Can I move on to my second point?
Yes.
Boris Johnson. I detest the man, and you've given some aggression tonight. Well, not aggression, but you've criticised him for not being out there doing bits and pieces, and he's gone silent.
Where is he?
Absolutely. But what I would like to point out is that Gerber's gone silent.
What?
Mark Francois has gone silent.
Mark Francois?
Jacob Rees-Mogg has gone silent.
Oh, what
Steve the Hardman
what blessed
has
relief.
gone silent.
Yeah.
They've all gone silent. It's not just Boris.
Yeah, but none of those people are running the country, Mike. Or supposedly, anyway.
Wouldn't it be appropriate to point out that all of the Brexiters, even not Nigel, has gone silent?
Yeah.
None of them are saying anything. It's not just Boris. It's all of the conspirators.
Okay. Well, keep this in mind.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
He doesn't know anything. All right. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. James in Hull says, thank you for recommending the Ladybird book of Brexit a few weeks ago. My copy arrived today and I spent the afternoon chortling away to myself while reading it, but tragically unable to explain the humour to my 3 young children. Well, they'll get it eventually. Just show them the pictures. I thought that Ladybird book of Brexit was a hoot, and the book of Trump is great too. What an excellent idea. The people that came up with that idea of taking those old pictures and putting new text to them and releasing them in the format that people of a certain age will recognise and love. That's worth £1 million. I bet they've earned more than that. Your kids might not understand the whole concept of Brexit, but you could just show them the pictures. Pictures of people not looking at their phones. No, you're right. They won't understand that either. They'll have no clue what that's about. It's from a gentler age, where people weren't obsessed with seeing how popular they were compared to the last time they looked 10 seconds ago. This says, I'm relatively new to listening to your show. Oh, well, it's not always like this. It's usually much, much better than this. It says, I have spent the last 2 or 3 weeks trying to work out whether the people that call you are actual random callers or are they part of the show. I don't really understand your show. Is it a free-for-all for all care in the community people to call about whatever they want, or is it serious? When you do get a serious caller, you know your stuff. I've been tempted to call a number of times, but then I might be too sensible for your listeners. Please explain. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny says, I now have your inane humming in my... I now have your inane humming in my head. The one you do when you put us on hold. It'll be in my head all day tomorrow. Very, very upset, says Jenny. Oh, well. You've got the girl from Ipanema running around your head. Let's have a call in. Has been waiting the longest. Totally fair about this. Bromley. Hello, Julie.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Julie.
Hello. I was listening to you talk about the packaging on food and the black trays that food. I've just started a part-time job and I don't have a pet, and I work in a shop where it sells a multitude of different things, and there's a big pet aisle, and I've had to fill the shelves, and I have been shocked beyond anything at the explosion of food products for pets and it's all in loads of it comes in plastic packaging. It looks like a food aisle. It looks like a highly processed food aisle. And I just
like what kind of things are they selling?
Well, like biscuits, the dog biscuits, or things for their teeth. But it's all once used plastic. Even they sell bones for dogs. Animal bones for dogs to gnaw on, and that is absolutely covered in thick plastic. And there's hardly any tin food which you probably could recycle. It's all these fancy pouches which I think you can't recycle.
I've started to look on the on the packaging for the little recycling symbol, and the amount of things that it says. In fact, almost everything that I've looked for, it says not currently recyclable. Well, if that's the case, why are they using it?
Well, exactly, but it's I find it really crazy. Look, this week was the first time ever I took a stance at the actual till in a supermarket. I was buying about 5 pizzas to go in the freezer, and when I got to pay, I said to them, actually, I said, it's very kind of you to offer me all the cardboard boxes, but I actually don't want them. And I took out all my pizzas and piled up all the cardboard boxes, and I said, can I give the cardboard back to you?
Well, hang on a minute. I understand the concept, Julie, but not in this instance. What did you do with the pizzas?
Well, because the pizzas were individually plastic wrapped inside cardboard boxes.
Right.
And I stacked them neatly in my trolley.
Yeah.
And I just stacked them neatly in my boot.
Right. So you left the cardboard with the shop.
A bit shocked.
I bet she was.
She looked a bit shocked,
Yeah.
but I just said, I don't actually need this. And I suppose I was trying to be a little bit virtuous, but the other side of it is I didn't want my small recycling bin overflowing as well. So it was it was in my interest. But I was looking around and thinking, if a lot of people did that, the supermarkets would have to get their act together.
Well, I've been saying this for a while. You may be the first person, Julie. You'll be the drop that starts a tsunami, because I've been saying this for a long time. Fruit is one of the major criminals is not the right word, but that's what I'm going to go with. Is one of the culprits is probably exactly right. Fruit manufacturers, one of the major culprits in this, they put everything in plastic. If you buy certain types of posh pear, for instance, it will not only come in a plastic bag, but they will be individually placed on a polystyrene tray. Why? A polystyrene tray covered in a plastic bag with a paper label on it. None of it's recyclable. Why do they need to do that? Fruit used to come
you weren't in the warehouse, you won't have seen how it came from the depot on pallets, and they'd be stacked high in other boxes, absolutely covered in shrink wrapping.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's unbelievable. It's like sheets and sheets of this plastic goes round these, say, 6-foot-high pallets. And so what you're seeing actually displayed on the shop floor is nothing compared to what's
the least
in the
of
background.
It. Right, I believe that. I believe it. Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing.
If people started taking their pears, for instance, out of all of that packaging and do what you did, and they leave the packaging at the tills, then by this time next week, they'd stop doing it. They absolutely would. If everybody decided to do it, then we would affect a change, Julie. It might be you what does it.
I know. I'm terrible. I have been known, and I don't do it now, but I have been known. I only lived about 300 metres away from a school, and I had 3 young children, and it was desperate trying to get them out on time for school. And I have been known occasionally to have actually got in the car and driven 100 metres from the school.
Oh no! You've just ruined that whole.
That's in my past.
That virtuous pizza thing has just gone out the window now.
No, I am starting to try, but there's a lot of slippery slopes that you can easily fall down. But
one step forward, 2 steps back.
But you know the bags for life? Have you come across that where they encourage you not to? Well, when I serve on the tills, the number of people, when I ask them if they want a bag, and they don't want the bags for life because they've got so many that they bought in the past, and they forget to bring them out.
Exactly, I do that too.
And they if I'd be a really rich person if I had a penny for every time a customer said to me, "No, I've got them all. I've got 6, 7 in my car."
Yeah, exactly. I'm just a stupid moron. I left them in my boot. I do that all the time, and then I have to. And I refuse to buy another one because I won't be able to get into my own house. I've got so many of those blooming bags. and so at the supermarket that I'm at now, they've tagged all of their hand baskets, so you can't take those out of the shop anymore because they set off the alarms.
Warning!
But it's also the metal. But I couldn't believe this. The metal baskets that some supermarkets still have.
That's what I'm talking about.
They have, because people don't want to buy the bag. They're taking them down to the underground car park and listing their shopping in the basket store, putting them in the boot,
right?
And they're driving off with them. And on a regular basis, they're having to, 60, 80 a week. They're having to replace.
I bet those things cost £100, £200 each.
Oh my God.
I bet they do. This is why they're tagging them now, obviously. And so now you can't leave the shop with one of those baskets. I mean, they still allow you to push a trolley out, but if you haven't got £1, then you can't get a trolley. So you have to have your little hand basket. And so now I find myself juggling my tasty comestibles all the way to the car, hoping that none of it will get smashed on the car park floor.
I know you're busy. I just want to tell you one little thing. About 25 years ago, I visited friends in Holland, and they said we seem to be advanced more than we are.
Do.
And when we were still chucking our glasses and our cans into our general kitchen bin, they were already all separating it all out. And somebody on every street, this is in Eindhoven, they had to agree to take it in turns to there was a day, I think once a week or once a fortnight, where all paper recycling was going to be done, and somebody on the street had to agree to be responsible. They had to stand on the corner, and other people brought out their newspapers and cardboard, whatever, and it was tied with string, and they stood until for the time when the actual cart came along to take away the paper. And it was the fact that all the neighbours didn't want to let the other neighbour down, that they all got on board, and they took it in turns to be responsible to be standing there for the cart. And that was 25 years ago.
Oh my God, Dutch people always so perfect.
Well, we could copy them a little bit.
Oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, sure.
Anyway,
we could. All right, thanks a lot, Julie. Yeah, we could copy them. We could eat ham for breakfast. Anybody want that?
No,
of course not.
Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
Yes, I've said that before. If we start unpacking things that are unnecessarily packaged at the checkout, then and if we just decided to do it, this is the great thing about the internet. Thanks very much to Tim Berners-Lee. Loving the internet. Pussycat and puppy dog videos. We like those a lot. Other than that, not much. But it is the thing that could start a revolution. And it just hasn't been used for that purpose yet. But it will. It's bound to. At some point, a company is going to step over the line and will think, you know what, you've gone too far. And that thought will go around the world in much the same way as a dog riding on a robot vacuum cleaner goes around the world, and suddenly 100 million people have seen it. Or some video from one of these bands of singing haircuts. Billions of people will watch that. See, that's what the internet is used for at the moment. Just time wasting. God, I was on Twitter for a while. I thought it was just 10 minutes. It's like 2 hours later, you're still on there scrolling. But eventually it will be used for something good. Like as I say, a company they'll release toxins into the water table and then refuse to clean it up, or say it weren't ours, we ain't done nothing, something like that. Or somebody in the banking racket will rip off the wrong person, and the story will go around the world, And people will, as with one thought, think, well, you know what? I'm not going to shop with this company anymore. The biggest company on earth can be brought down in about a month if human beings just stop using their services. You don't have to campaign against them. You don't have to form a picket line outside the front of their offices. You don't have to do any of that. Just stop buying stuff from them. Like an oil company, for instance. If you didn't like what an oil company had done, or the cut of the chief executive officer's jib, then all you have to do is drive by their petrol station and go to the one that's 100 yards down the road. They're everywhere. And if everybody decided to do that, then a company that's worth billions and billions of pounds can be brought to its knees inside of a month. At some point, some company is going to fall foul of the human race. The public are going to think, you know what? No. And that's the beauty of the internet. You don't have to get out your hat, coat, scarf and gloves and write some pithy note on a placard and march up and down a building all day long. You just have to not buy stuff from them anymore. Eventually that's going to happen. As will people protesting about packaging, unnecessary packaging. I mean, I don't know that this is true, but it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. We're probably all dying because of plastics. I mean, what do we have now in the West that we didn't have 100 years ago? Or even 50 years ago? And what do they not have in third world countries? Plastic. Surrounded by plastic. It's everywhere. And it's leaking. I mean, there are things that say that it does not contain bisphenol A, whatever that is. And you think, oh, great, well, they've solved that problem. Well, perhaps until they discover that there's another unpronounceable named thing that is also leaking into your brain and through your armpits and your toes. It's everywhere. But packaging is just, it's just got absolutely ridiculous the way that some things are packaged. And if we just took stuff out of its packet, and left the packaging at the tills, they won't do it anymore. It's just that simple. If everybody decided to do it, then within a month, they wouldn't do it anymore. We would have solved that problem. The human race can solve any problem like that. It wouldn't even cost us much effort. It wouldn't inconvenience us, not really. And the results would be almost immediate. All we have to do is think it up and do it. This says, yes, it is at Heathrow. I was there yesterday. Yes, what is at Heathrow? Well, read on. It might become clear. I think it's really a good campaign. Actually, oh, right, the advert. I think it's really a good campaign. It says we need to talk about the elephant in the room, for example, i.e. climate change, and what they are going to do about it in terms of reducing the emissions of carbon footprint. I fear that some have misunderstood the campaign. Right. Yeah, well, I don't know who's behind that campaign. I haven't seen it, so it's difficult for me to say. I don't know. Put me down as a don't know. Jim says, Boris Johnson said he would lie in front of the bulldozer. Boris Johnson said he would lie in front of the bulldozers to stop a third runway at Heathrow. Boris Johnson is Prime Minister now, so if he wants, he can scrap it. Do you think he will? No, I actually don't. I think that is another disappointment just waiting around the corner. Neither will he lie in front of bulldozers, nor will he become dead in a ditch. South Kensington, Camilla.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
Camilla.
I almost fell asleep. Hello.
Camilla.
Yes. The house is on fire. Who cares? It's not my room.
The house is on fire.
Fire. Who cares?
Who cares? It's not my room.
Yeah, it's kind of the attitude today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, I'm a sort of somewhat poet and writer, published actually, in my own kind. So, yes, I have kind of surreal ways to say what's going on in our lives.
That's pretty good. That's quite pithy. The house is on fire. Who cares? It's not my room. I like it.
You do. I've got all kinds of pithy things like that.
Right.
We could only say pithy was a naughty word.
Not that. No, you got it right. I said pithy. Pithy. Oh, she thought I said something else.
Disgusting.
Yeah, keep it clean, Camilla. But I do like that. The house is on fire. Who cares? It's not my room. That just about sums it up. Excellent work. 03, but we'll just draw a veil over the rest of it. She misunderstood. 0345 6060 973. Tim emails, did you see Rishi Sunak and his big bag of tea bags? And his big bag of tea bags. I did see that, yeah. Well, I don't know about that particular product, but apparently tea bags are very, very bad for us. They release billions of tons of hot plastic in every cup, or something like that. Go bagless. Yeah, he was trying to show his humane side, like he's one of us. He makes his own tea. Can you believe that? No. He stands for a picture of him about to make a cup of tea. Whether he actually went through with the making part, well, we don't know. We can only assume. I'm assuming not. Jürgen in Kirkcaldy texts, did anyone else find it incredibly ironic listening to Donald Trump bemoan a film called Parasite? I mean, really. Pete says, my friend lives in Winslet House in Reading, a massive, ugly block on the outskirts. She must be delighted. I don't know if there's a Sam Mendes house. Well, yeah, it's probably where Sam Mendes lives. Winslet House is almost certainly not named after Kate Winslet, is it? A massive, ugly block on the outskirts. Why would you want something like that named after you? And can she object and have her name taken off it? Could put the name Trump on it. People should start doing that. Just, people who own really hideously ugly buildings, just put the name Trump on the outside. Is there a law against that?
Hello, boys.
Linda texts, maybe Boris is spending quality time with his various unnumbered children as it's half term this past week. Yeah, I can't really see him in a paternal role. Can you? Mo says, Nick, if we all change to electric cars, the national grid will go into meltdown when we charge them. Yeah, well, that's the problem of successive governments not fixing the infrastructure problems of this country. To the point that we've sold everything off. We don't own anything anymore. It's the French what provide us with electricity. They squirt electric right up your house. And we are so desperate, apparently, because we ain't got no money for anything. But they keep banging on about we're the fifth or sixth richest economy in the world. Well, that's nice. Where did all the money go? Who's got all that? Because it's none of it's affecting our lives in a positive way. I mean, they've cut back on everything over the last 10 years. And now we are so desperate to keep the lights on that we're going to get China to build us a nuclear power station while being warned that China is an enemy state and we shouldn't let them provide us with mobile phone masts. Well, that's nice. What about the nuclear power stations? I'm no expert, but it seems to me that it's a little bit more serious. Mo says, Nick, if we all oh no, I've read that. That's why I was going on about that. Yeah, if we charge the electric cars, the national grid will go into meltdown. Almost certainly, yes. But that's because we have a terrible, underfunded infrastructure problem. This says, your faith in human beings surprises me beyond belief. 50% are morons. Well, okay, I have two problems with that. First, I don't have any faith in human beings. And second, it's way more than 50%. The masses are asses. Tamworth. Hello, Andy.
Hello, yeah. We're targeting the wrong people. By saying that the public have got to sort things out, they need to actually target petrochemical companies. Like, if they emit a ton of carbon, if they were to then carbon capture 3.5 tons, that would reduce the amount of CO2 in the environment. That would solve the problem.
Yeah, no, it's the people's fault. Everything that is wrong with the world is our fault for letting it happen.
But petrochemical companies are the only people with the resources to solve the problem. The average person hasn't got resources enough to solve.
No, but the average person doesn't have any resources. But if you get 6 billion average people together, then they can solve any problem. All they have to do is be of a mind to do it.
Yeah, I still think target petrol companies because, all they've got to do is capture 3.5 tons per ton they emit.
Well,
so that's all it.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't really buy all that carbon capture stuff. I mean, does anybody? Because it's not just carbon that is the problem, is it? It's the pollution that goes with it and all of that stuff, and you can't capture that unless you can. In which case I withdraw those remarks. Hang on. Oh, that's my chocolate, my chocolate Nesquik backing up on me. Yeah, you can blame big companies, Andy, but the problem is we use their products. They wouldn't be big companies if it weren't for us. It's like people bemoaning the high street and then buying all their stuff on Amazon. Bemoaning the death of the high street, I mean. Well, the high street's dead because you buy all your stuff on Amazon. That's why. And the money that used to go round in a virtuous circle that used to get used to eventually end up in the government's coffers in the form of tax, because the people that worked in shops paid tax, and the shops themselves paid tax, and the shops that supplied the shops paid tax, and so on and so on and so on. None of that money exists anymore, apart from as numbers on a screen in some tax-free hellhole where the world's richest men bank. It's our fault. If we still went to the high street and shopped in the high street, the high street would still be buzzing. But we don't. And then we sit around and complain that the high street's a dead zone now. The only people there are skateboarding kids and drunks. Well, it's our fault. We did that, and we can undo it in a moment. Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world. If we stop buying stuff from him, he wouldn't be anymore. Nothing's fixed. The future is not fixed. I saw that in a film.
Affirmative.
Linda texts. Oh, no, I've read that. And Zara says, I'm not a person that likes to draw attention to myself, but I took all the plastic off my shopping at the checkout in Tesco's. The cashier was not impressed, and the people queuing looked like they wanted to kill me. Most uncomfortable, says Zara. Yeah, that's because you're the only one. If everybody was doing it, then people would unpack their goods before they got to the cashier. And it would just be one of those things, like, rummaging around in your purse for your credit card. Just one of those expected things at the checkout. If everybody did it, then would be any problem. It would be the people that don't do it who would be getting tutted at. We just got to think it up and do it. Come on, people. Devon, Holly.
Hello, good evening, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. I just wanted to say one thing first. I sent you that text about the Heathrow, and the trouble is you read it out about an hour after.
Yeah, that's the problem with
when the guy was having the conversation about the elephant.
When you tweet about something that's happening on the programme now, then I'm unlikely to see it for a couple of hours, and it won't make any sense anymore.
Yeah, so next time I'll make sure it makes more sense to you.
Okay, then.
I'm just about the high street. I think the Amazon thing is correct. However, I think it's more complex than that, because I think it started with the big shopping centres opening, and so that kind of killed sort of local sort of high street.
Well, only because we went there.
Yeah, no, exactly. I know that. I remember I grew up in Hendon, and I remember the high street had Boots, had a little department store and everything, and then as soon as Brent Cross opened, it was decimated. But then that's now been, okay, I think business rates are too high and rents are so expensive now, pricing them out. So a lot of these businesses haven't kept up. They haven't helped themselves, which is why they haven't got a good enough online presence. They haven't, got this sort of service in the shop and stuff.
No, you are quite right. A lot of the stores, and you could say the same for restaurants as well. There's been a large number of restaurant chains that are in either closed or in great trouble. And the reason for those instances, particularly, is because they weren't very good. That's actually true. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that survived really well. That's like Next, for example, or their online portal now sells loads of all the brands as well. So it's not just their own clothes. So they kind of branched out to be a bit appealing.
Right.
They've got about 1 or 2 shops now. But the irony is, if I go into the shop and they haven't got my size, which they never do, they'll say, "Oh, come up, we'll see if we can order it online for you," and they order it online for me at the till. So, I don't think we can do anything to revive the high street, because I just don't think... my high street now is full of bookies and charity shops.
Charity shops, yeah. Well, the charity shops can exist because they don't pay business rates. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And the betting shops can exist because, all that money they're making.
They make about 30 grand a day on these slot machines.
Wow. We're in the wrong business, Holly.
No, but you know what? I always miss the boat. Always miss the boat.
But it is true that a lot of those big department stores, they were from a different era and they didn't really keep up. They just sort of prettified themselves a little bit, but they didn't change their product, and people grew out of it. But what the problem with that is, and I'm blaming that on the desecration of the high street, not desecration, the desolation of the high street, is that in a healthy economy, those would have been replaced by better shops. But there's not enough people going down the high street to replace those shops with anything. So they just shutter up and remain closed.
No, so I disagree, because I think the things like the new look of the Primarks are relatively quite sort of new, have made it. You've got John Lewis, who has made a lot of first time. Marks and Spencer, in their clothes are so old fashioned. I think both of those stores were a bit arrogant, because they were sort of the secure British brand sort of thing, and people just moved away from it. I mean, 20 years ago, everyone guaranteed to be wearing M&S knickers. If you said, what brand are you wearing? Now, very few be wearing M&S knickers.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Everybody's got a Calvin Klein written on their waistband.
Well, you might have. Yeah, I've got Victoria's Secret, of course.
Oh, right. Well, I bet you'd look fantastic in a lot more clothes.
Yeah, so that lady you just had on the phone, actually, that said that she took all the packaging off at the till at Tesco. I think she was there, she took all her clothes off.
No, not her packaging. The packaging that the food.
I know. I realised. But I was thinking. I thought
that would get you tutted at the checkout. Yeah. Well, depending, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Holly. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. It is true that everything that ails the world can be solved almost instantaneously if we just decided to do it. All we've got to do is think it up and do it. And it might cause us a small inconvenience. And that's the problem. Nobody wants to even contemplate accepting a small inconvenience. I mean, just think about how berserk people go if you make them dab the brake of their car. Like you pull in out of a high street and they're 50 yards away and they think, well, if I maintain my speed, I'm going to crash into the back of that car, so I'm going to have to dab my brake just ever so slightly, which will mean that I will arrive at my destination about 1 second later than I would have done. Result? They go mad. Lean on their horn, flash their lights, they want to kill you. Is our response to a small inconvenience. So, no, the human race is doomed. I have absolutely no faith in our ability to get out of this or any other problem that faces us, all of which have been caused by us. Why are the high streets all closed up? Because we want to not have to go out. We want... I did this just last week. We want to feel as though we're saving time by ordering our stuff online, because it's much less stressful and somebody will bring it to us. But you know what? It doesn't save time. It actually consumes time. Anything that's on the internet seems to be, it's not a waste of time so much as it just eats time. You start looking for one thing, and 5 hours later, you're still price comparison shopping online. And then when you do actually come to a decision and you order it, you have to stay in all day. And it might not arrive that day. It might arrive the next day, at which point you're in a boiling rage and you want to execute the postman for arriving late. And then it doesn't fit. Because a large in one brand is a small in another. I wish they'd get that sorted out. I mean, that's just so annoying. So you try it on, and you think it arrives, and think, oh, finally. And you try it on, and it doesn't fit. So you have to send it back, and then you have to wait for somebody to come and send it back. Or you have to go to the parcel pickup place. I tried to do that the other day as well. You go to it was a DHL parcel, so I wanted to take it back, and I arrive at one place, and they said, our computers are down. You'll have to go to the other place down the road. So I went to the other place down the road, and they said, oh, no, we're DHL Parcels. You want DHL Express. It's the same company. So eventually I thought, oh, well, to hell with this. I'm going to do what I was trying to avoid in the first place, which was spend another day waiting in for somebody to come and collect the thing that I spent a day waiting in for somebody to come and deliver. It doesn't save you time shopping online. It actually eats more time than it would have cost for me to walk down to the bus stop and take an omnibus down the high street, where I could have tried it on to see whether it did fit or not and walk back with it in my hands. But people don't want to do that because they've been persuaded that they're actually saving time and effort by shopping online. But you're not. He says, Boris is a bit plump for his age, like most Tory MPs, I've noticed. Huh. Okay. Keep your eyes peeled, Rob, because observing is your thing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And Monica says, years ago, people bought things from catalogues that were delivered by post to your door. Gosh, that's right. Now things are delivered by post to your door from Amazon. We're going backwards, says Monica. I still love shopping on the high street. Any high street, I'm not fussy. Yeah, that's right. God, it's so long ago, I've kind of forgotten. That's precisely what people used to do. Flip through the Grattan catalogue, which was like pornography for the prepubescent. Flip through the underwear section.
Disgusting.
Let's have a call in Wanstead. Sophie.
Hello.
Sophie.
How are you?
Great, mate.
While I was waiting for you, I managed to clean my floor, make some green tea, but you've upset me now because you've reminded me about the plastic in the tea bag.
Yeah. Billions and billions of tons per tea bag, apparently.
I know. Even water bottles, the minute you open them, the plastic starts degrading.
Yeah.
And people keep the water in the bottles for so long.
I mean, I bought one and it's got... this product does not contain BPA or something like that. I've got no idea what it is, but I'm certainly delighted that there's none in it. It's just that what they've replaced the thing that kills you with is probably going to kill you.
Well, BPA is I don't know how to say the name, it's the chemical that disrupts your hormone.
Well, but how do you say its name?
I don't know. I call it BPA.
Is it bisphenol A? I bet that's right.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But the the Trump watch. Oh, by the way, I agree with the plastic completely. I just think it's nonsensical and atrocious. But the other thing is, I've forgotten what I was going to. There are so many things.
Yeah. You've got to make notes.
The Trump watch. Exactly.
Right, what's he
the
done
Trump
now?
Watch. Well, someone mentioned the film, the South Korean film, but what they forgot to mention was he criticised it, but the director batted it right back to him and said he wouldn't like it because he can't read English.
Yeah.
Which I thought was
Donald
quite funny.
Trump doesn't read. That's why he doesn't like this new film, 'cause he's got subtitles.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Nobody trusts you on that score, Donny, or any other score for that matter, apart from your fans at your safe space rallies. You know, the dinglings.
He needs to be educated in phonics. But the other thing is, there's a man in India that we all need to... Oh, by the way, he's building the wall. The wall is coming.
Yeah, except it's not a wall, it's a fence. And it's not in areas where there haven't been a fence already. He's just replacing bits of fencing that already exist. And, by the way, that fence is going to have to be open for the entirety of the summer because the floodwaters on one side will push the wall over because they bring detritus with those waters. So they're going to have huge, permanently open floodgates throughout.
It'll be chaos, but it's not that wall. He's going to India next week, and they are actually building a 1,600-foot wall to hide him, to hide the slums from him. So
No, I think you maybe got it right the first time. They're going to hide the slums. They're going to hide him from the slums.
Absolutely.
Lest their eyes fall on the orange nightmare.
Oh, shut up!
And there's a man in India, we all need to... Apparently, he has a statue in his garden, and every Friday he prays to this statue for the long life and good health of Donald Trump.
Oh, God. What does the statue look like? Don't tell me. Kanye West.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
It's a statue of the man himself, Donald Trump.
Right. Well,
exactly.
You might as well pray to that as anything else. The result will be the same.
Cool. Exactly.
Yeah.
But the plastic thing is worrying because the chemicals disrupt our hormones, and obviously the hormones are the little workers on the ground that swim around our body, controlling things.
What? Like the numbskulls, you mean?
No, the hormones in our body.
Not in mine.
They're disrupted.
I don't think so.
They're disrupted by the chemicals in the plastic, and this is why the fish in the sea, the females are male and the males are female, because all the waste and the chemicals that go into the rivers are disrupting even...
Yeah, what about transgendered fish rights? I'm going to get a badge made.
Actually, and can they swim in the same rivers?
Usually upside down. All right, Sophie, I got to go, but thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. Monmouth, hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Nick. Sorry, it's a bit off topic. I only only started listening to your programme, about half an hour ago.
Yeah. Can I just say you missed nothing?
Oh, right, okay, that's fine then. I don't feel so bad now. But, yes, I do the same thing. I leave the packaging at the checkout.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, this is starting to become a movement.
Well, it's not that hard. You know, it's kind of like, as you said, when you're rummaging around for your card to pay for everything. Yeah. But by the time you get to the checkout, you may as well have taken all the packaging.
Well, what do you unpackage?
Well, anything that's got, like the other lady said, with pizzas, with cardboard around them, and all the other rubbish.
But you know what comes with the cardboard is instructions. How do you remember how to do it?
I don't need, funnily enough, I don't need instructions on how to cook pizza.
Well, how do you do it? What temperature do you put the oven on? How long does it stay in there?
Well, I guess until it's done. I just use what's called common sense, I guess.
Oh, common sense. Let's get Jacob Rees-Mogg on the phone and he can explain common sense to us.
I don't know anything.
But what I did want to say, which is kind of slightly off topic, but the reason that we're in the state we are in now is because everyone wants everything cheap.
Yeah.
And so, for instance, right, we've had this dreadful weather recently. I live in Wales, God help me.
Yeah.
And it's blowing a gale here. And my nephew works for the dreaded Ryanair. He's a captain with them.
Right.
And the ghastly Michael O'Leary...
Well, let's not get carried away. I mean, if you want to pick a fight with a billionaire, then you go ahead, Mel. leave me out of it.
No, well, you don't have to be involved in it. I'm just going to say what I think. So basically, in the olden days, I used to work for British Caledonian, and in the olden days, pilots were paid like a decent salary, and
in the olden days, all sorts of people used to dress up to go on planes. But let's face it, a pilot is just a bus driver.
Well, indeed, he is. But what I'm trying to say,
there's nothing wrong with being a bus driver, but pilots do rather cloak themselves in the mantle of genius. I think the plane is doing most of the flying.
My nephew does not do that. And he's lovely. And anyway, just because people want to fly cheap. My husband phoned me he's on his way back from Atlanta, flying on a proper airline. Obviously, Ryanair don't do. Thank God they don't fly.
Well, they're an enormously successful airline precisely because people want stuff cheap. People want things cheap, and then they complain that the cheap thing that they bought isn't delivered to them in an expensive package. That they don't get a complimentary sandwich and a coffee and a tiny, tiny bottle of spirits with their flight. And they aren't amused to death with 100 different channels of television to watch. Well, if you pay for it, you get it. But if you don't, then you can't be surprised that you don't. Ain't that true?
Get back to it.
Yes, and by it, I mean the weather. Water-ravaged regions are warned that even a little rain could cause further flooding as a torrential deluge comes our way. Winds of up to 75 miles an hour will hammer Britain for the third weekend in a row after storms Kiara and Dennis. Kiara, wasn't that orange drink that they used to serve in a cinema? No, it wasn't, you stupid moron. Why can't you do your research? There are 90 flood warnings and 153 flood alerts in place through to Monday, as well as 2 severe warnings.
Warning!
I don't know what the difference between a warning and a severe warning is, because I don't do my research. In England, 141% of its February rainfall has fallen already all over us. I knew that was coming and it still made me laugh. The Met Office has forecast yet more misery with the severe weather warnings and alerts in place for North Wales, parts of Cumbria, northwest England and parts of Yorkshire, wherever that is. It's also warned that even a small amount of rain could lead to yet more flooding owing to such wet ground. It's sodden out there. Most of the country will be swept away by gales through to Monday. That's what it actually says in the paper. Most of the country will be swept away by gales through to Monday. It's worse than we thought. We're all going to die. Blankets of snow and ice are also expected over the Highlands, while other parts of Scotland will be thoroughly soaked in cold, wintry showers as strong winds persist through till tomorrow, and in Glasgow for the rest of your life. Although I can check that while you wait. Oh, my phone recognised me. It's me! It's lost the ability to recognise my fingerprint. Stupid phone. Stupid smartphone. They're not smart. They're idiots. They never learn. How can you have the nerve to call them a smartphone? They don't learn. They're not smart. I'm smarter than this phone. Can you believe that?
No.
It doesn't learn. I mean, every time I leave the house to come to work, it's sitting there in complete surprise. Like, where are you going? It thinks. Same place. I always blooming well go. Anyway. In Glasgow, raining tonight and raining tomorrow and raining on Monday with an exclamation mark. What does that mean? I'll check. Oh, yellow warning for snow. A yellow warning for snow. Don't eat the yellow snow. It'll also be raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining next Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday. Does it ever, ever, ever stop raining?
Negative.
No. Not in Glasgow. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. I was there. Luke, a meteorologist at the Met Office, has warned that even small amounts of rain... Yeah, we know, Luke. The sodden ground, we know that already. He said, after the recent wet weather, it's absolutely blooming soaking out there. But as he is an expert in possession of facts, everybody is interested in what he has to say. Because meteorologists are the only scientists that people pay attention to anymore. The weather people. Not the climate people, the weather people.
Correct.
Weather person Luke said on Sunday we're going to see wetter weather transfer further south. Gosh, that's a very complicated little sentence he put together there. Wetter weather transfers further south. You try saying that. Caroline Douglas, Director of Incident Management at the Environment Agency, said this will be the third weekend of exceptional river levels and stormy weather. With the effects of climate change... climate change, she said.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. With the effects of climate change. It's just weather, Caroline Douglas. Check your Facebook feed. There's no end of non-experts telling you it's not climate, it's weather. The Environment Agency said that river levels have exceeded existing records with the Colne, Ribble, Calder, Ayr, Trent, Severn, Wye, Lugg and Derwent among the many rivers whose names they just made up. Prince Charles yesterday visited flood-hit Pontypridd. He said, there's an estimated 1,100 residential and commercial properties have been affected by Storm Dennis in Pontypridd. That's Pontypridd with 2 Ds, both of which are silent. I think they're just trolling English people, the Welsh. Yeah, we got 2 Ds, and you don't say either of them. You want the forecast for the next couple of days?
No.
Early cloud and outbreaks of rain gradually clearing southwards. Brighter conditions and a few wintry showers follow. Showers mainly over northern and western Scotland. That's you, Glasgow. And less windy than Saturday. That's on Sunday. And the outlook for Monday and Wednesday? Monday to Wednesday? Rain spreading north-eastwards, some hill snow in the north, becoming windy, followed by sun and showers on Monday, sunny spells and blustery showers, wintry on high ground Tuesday and Wednesday. Sunny spells? We'll take it! Let's wipe up some texts and emails from last night. Phil says, shopping online is a waste of time. Is a waste of time. Congratulations, Nick. You're right, for once. And he spelled your, Y-O-U-R. Well, I'm right and you're wrong. At least we can agree on that. Steve emails, have you heard about how Boris cheats at golf? No. That sounds like the setup to a joke. It's not a listener with material, is it? How does Boris cheat at golf? Noah says, Steve Allen, people are absolutely obsessed with you. I mean, to the point of it being alarming. They just cannot get you out of their minds. 24 hours a day, they're thinking about you, Steve. Steve Allen has a producer called Nick, says Noah. I wonder if that was you. Noah, I work 6 hours a week. When will I get the time? Monica says, deep joy, 3 uninterrupted hours of beautifying myself. Hair, roots, face mask, etc. With you in the background and soaking my feet. Monica, I bet you'd look fantastic with a lot of face mask on. Scott texts, in regards to Boris Johnson not being seen anywhere, has anyone looked in a fridge yet? A fridge yet, of course. That's where we're going to find Boris Johnson. That's why he makes this noise.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
His teeth are chattering. He's running away and hiding. Scott says maybe it was in one of the houses that have been flooded. He's stuck inside, careening down a lake. He's fallen in a fridge and he can't get out. And Mary says, people have been saying, where's Boris all week about the floods, that they don't realise that it's been half-term and he has at least 9 children to look after whilst their mothers have a well-deserved rest. Well, that's a good point, yeah. Can you imagine Boris Johnson being a hands-on father?
Negative.
No. And furthermore...
No.
Yeah, I bet he'd be running in the opposite direction. Shane says Yorkshire is up north where we make the puddings. No, I don't think so. Here's a call in Maidstone. Hello, Joan.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I'm here. Is that Nick?
Yes, it is Joan. Is
Wowee.
that Joan?
If you want to know who's really suffering,
Yeah.
the Rhondda Valley. When I bought a little cottage down there many, many years ago, they didn't even have it surveyed because so many mines were underneath.
Mines?
And the mine, the coal mines.
Oh, I thought you meant exploding mines. I thought...
No.
Welsh
Mines,
separatists,
honeycomb of
probably.
Coal mines.
Yeah.
And also, of course, there's the slides and the slurries above, being deep in the hills.
Yeah. So you didn't get a survey?
Nobody bothered with a survey or insurance.
How much did it cost, Joan?
Well, that was 20 years ago, £15,000.
£15,000 for a whole cottage. Wow.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a proper cottage. It was an ex-miner's,
Well, that's a proper cottage. Oh, it was a terraced house.
But it had thick walls and everything else. And when I said, I'll get a survey, no.
Yeah,
What
what's the point?
estate agent said.
I mean, you weren't going to live there, were you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, like I said.
10 years.
Sounds a delight.
And also it's Pontypridd.
Isn't that what I said?
Not really.
Well, a little bit is what I said. I said Pontypridd.
Well,
I said that.
You did try.
Right, well, if there's one thing we can agree on, Joan, it's that I'm
but
trying.
Everybody there they just call it Ponty.
I don't think they do.
Yes, they do.
I very much doubt that,
with the
Joan.
locals, they call it Ponty.
Well, they probably said that in your company, knowing that you're a foreigner, just in order to
Listen,
pull the wool over your eyes.
The ones in the next valleys were the real foreigners.
Oh, I see. Right.
No. But
after what period of time were you living there before they accepted you as a local?
Oh, I just went in.
Oh, you just steamrolled it in.
Yeah,
right.
the valley people are okay, but the people up in Cardiff.
It's the hill. It's the people who live in the hills. You got to watch out for those. Yeah.
I tell you what, when we had a celebration down there, it's one of these celebration sort of thing, tables out and all this sort of goings on. They didn't check with the people of Cardiff, where, as regards the laws, as sealing off the roads and all that rubbish.
Yeah.
They said, we don't count on there. We take care of our own.
Exactly. The people from Cardiff can go stick it.
Basically, yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Joan.
Okay.
Cheers, my dear. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. What a nice lady. What was that call about, though? I have no idea, but I did enjoy it. Thanks, Joan. Call any time you like. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Oh, I've got good news. Oh, such good news. Oh, and bad news. And alarming news, and news that you should be really, really concerned about. I probably won't get to any of it, because I'll be, too busy talking about the issues. But we'll see how... Patrick says, I dispute your view that there is no God. Oh, God, this again. I'm not doing a show about God. My religious belief is that all religion is a crock. That is my religious belief, and it's just as good as yours. Anyway, he says, who created the universe then? Again, with the gaps in your scientific knowledge with which you plug with God. We used to think that the moon was pulled across the sky by a god. Now, of course, with the advance in scientific knowledge, we know that the moon is pulled across the sky by magnets. Dee says, I used a face mask this evening. Never again. It stuck to my face. Well, that's what they're supposed to do, Dee. Always read the label. Tony says, whatever the weather, we will weather the weather, whether the weather is wet or whether the weather is dry. Well, that's easy for you to say. And Nelson says, on the news today, Priti Patel unveiled a new blue passport. She apparently can't wait to use hers. My question is, where to? Yeah, I'm going to make that joke later. You're ruining my material. Here's a call in Sirens... Oh, my God. Here's a call in Cirencester, which is written on my screen as... Get ready. You might want to sit down. Cirencester, spelt S-Y-R-E-N-S-E-S-T-E-R. What? I apologise for the stupidity of my glamorous assistant, Alistair.
That's okay. That's all right.
Yes, Alistair.
How you doing?
Okay, thanks.
Yes. I'd like to wish you a happy 300 years of the pineapple.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, the pineapple.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, mate. What an excellent call. 034... Huh?
I had never even heard of Cirencester.
Cirencester, as you're now spelling it on my screen. You've changed your mind about Cirencester. It's not with a Y. Now you're spelling it with an I. Unfortunately, it still begins with an S.
I didn't even know it was a place.
Well, it's not much of a place, so you're excused. I have no idea what that last caller wanted, and I guess we'll never know. Isn't that a shame?
No.
Joseph said, isn't it amazing where people's priorities lie? People are flooded out of their homes and people think that the Royals or Johnsons swanning over to gawp at them is going to be appreciated. Maybe Johnson could send them to Mustique as compensation. It's not that they would be appreciated. That's got nothing to do with it. It's that the Prime Minister, the leader of the country, is actually expressing concern for the people that voted for him, of course. That's the reason that he should go and have a blooming look. How's he going to know? Living up in Chequers with hot and cold running servants. Bone dry. Is it Chequers or is it the other place? I don't know. I'll figure that out later. It doesn't really make any difference. He's not where he should be. Actually attending to the interests of the people. We sent Prince Charles instead. James says, stop telling us that you have news to tell us. I'm pretty sure there's a story about the Girl Guides from summer 2018 that you haven't gotten around to telling us yet. Stop teasing. Well, it's not teasing. It's just that I keep... Look at all this material that I've got. Every day I come in with about 30 pages worth of material, and I never get around to any of it because all these people keep calling me. How do they get my number? So anyway, in other news, the biggest bank in the Western world has warned that climate change could spell the end of the human race as we know it. What? In a report sent to clients, economists at J.P. Morgan Chase said failing to cut carbon emissions could lead to catastrophic events such as extreme weather, war, food and water shortages and the devastation of nature. But apart from that, how's it going to be?
Fabulous.
The American bank said huge numbers of people may have to leave their countries because of rising sea levels or farmland left barren by sweltering heat. But now we have our new blue passports. Next stop, Heathrow. Sadly, those people that are going to be displaced, guess where they're going to come? North. J.P. Morgan Chase also issued a warning to say that tens of trillions of dollars could be wiped off the global economy's growth. The bank's analysis says the impact of climate change is broad, affecting everything from health and political stress to political stress. Well, haven't we had a lot of that lately?
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Political stress. We've had that up to our eyeballs. Health, political stress, biodiversity, species survival is at risk. They said, we cannot rule out catastrophic outcomes where human life as we know it is threatened. Wow, it sounds less like the weather and more like the Terminator. I'm beginning to become alarmed. How about you?
Affirmative.
And J.P. Morgan knows what it's talking about. Because Green campaigners accused the very same J.P. Morgan Chase of being one of the biggest contributors to climate change in the corporate world. They're experts at this stuff. They provided more than £150 billion to businesses linked to fossil fuels between 2016 and 2018, according to Rainforest Action Network, which sounds like a group of uncooperative crusties to me. Uncooperative crusties, Boris. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Extinction Rebellion said, hey, didn't they have a march today? Did anybody report on anything that happened there? Weren't they marching with their hearts on their sleeves? Did that reach the news at all?
I think we covered it today.
Oh, we did? Any arrests?
No idea.
No, all went off peacefully, I expect. In peaceful harmony. Extinction Rebellion said the report is candid. It exposes the risk facing our civilizations, including natural disasters and conflict. This is not just the biggest economic problem humanity has ever faced, it's the biggest moral one. It's not the incomes of our children and grandchildren we're talking about here, but their lives. This report by JP Morgan Chase's analysts contains suggestions which are likely to leave for some businesses aghast. You might have to forego some profits.
What?
Yeah. They admitted that, they said that a tax on CO2 emissions would be one of the most effective ways to encourage firms to move to using green technology. Firms aren't going to move to green technology on their own, of their own accord. They're going to have to be forced to. However, the bank admitted that this would not happen anytime soon, a tax on CO2 emissions, because of concerns in developed countries about the impact it would have on jobs and economic growth, while developing nations fear improvements in living conditions will be hampered. Yeah, it's improvements in living conditions being hampered that concerns the developed world as well, by which I mean the chief executive officers that are in charge of corporations that are doing this to us. They'll lose their bonuses, so it's not going to happen. It's all about the money, honey. The analysts noted that Britain's vow to cut its carbon emissions to zero by 2050, but said it's not clear exactly how that will be achieved. Well, ain't that just priceless? I mean, isn't that is a perfect example of the I'm gonna leadership that we have been toiling under for, I can't remember how long now. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Don't you worry about a thing. Problem solved. Vote for me. And we do. And is the problem ever solved?
No.
No. Oh, we're going to do zero carbon emissions by 2050. Don't worry about a thing. And by 2050, of course, the people who've said that will be long gone. But if they don't manage it, it'll still be Jeremy Corbyn's fault, I expect. Or the EU's. You remember the EU, don't you? No! Yes, that's them. I wonder who they're going to start blaming when they can't blame the EU anymore. I mean, once we've left the EU, like, proper, at the end of this year, they will. The government of the day, probably this one, will probably still be blaming the European Union for, I would say, the entirety of its term for anything that ails the country. It's because the European Union are being mean to us. Oh, they're such meanies. And that'll just go on forever. And we'll be locked in trade negotiations for years and years and years. People think that it's going to be two blokes sitting around a table, having a pint and saying, yeah, all right, then, and shaking hands over a game of darts. It's not like that at all. It's going to be years and years, and we're going to be continually blaming the European Union for everything that ails us. But once all that's done, in, let's say, 10 years' time, then who are they going to blame? It'll still be that bearded weirdo Jeremy Corbyn's fault, I betcha. In a bleak conclusion, the bank said it was possible the future will not be too bad, but that more likely the situation will continue to deteriorate. They said no government seems willing to sacrifice the incomes of their current citizens, either in favour of their children and grandchildren, or in favour of citizens in other countries. Sacrifice our standard of living for citizens in other countries? They said climate change is a global problem which demands a global response. This is not really happening, they said. That opens the Earth to a greater likelihood of a catastrophic outcome. They also said any delay in action increased the likelihood that the costs of dealing with climate change will go up, and that changes in the climate will be irreversible. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with JP Morgan Chase. The world's response is, and always will be, it really is awful, and something should be done. I mean, as much as we've done so far is the Paris Climate Agreement, which was pretty much that. What a dreadful mess we're in. If only somebody could do something about it, was the agreement. And you-know-who wouldn't even take that.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
The leader of the free world that doesn't even believe in science. He's an idiot.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
And if he's our leader, then we're all idiots too. If we're being led by one, then we're all being reduced to his level. And this is his level.
Bing bong.
Yeah, that's about it. This is his chief scientific advisor.
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop.
Is his advice. We're all in great danger. I can't believe a bank is telling us this stuff. This ain't Greta Thunberg anymore. These are actual grown-ups. You can't tell them to go back to school. James texts, Greta Thunberg, spelt so wrong, I can't even begin to get into it. Greta Thunberg is joining a protest in the UK. How is she getting here, spelt wrong? Plane, spelt wrong, or boat? Hypercritical, isn't it, travelling on a plane, spelt wrong, to get here, spelt wrong, for a protest on climate change, get back to school, Mrs. T. Mrs. T. James, I can say without fear of being disproved, without any further knowledge or evidence required on my part, that you are a chump. And I mean that in the most positive way possible. 034, unless you're trolling me, in which case, excellent work.
You're wondering what it's all about, and I can't tell you because I don't know myself.
It's actually about passports. Boris Johnson has unveiled... You remember Boris Johnson, don't you? He's unveiled the long-awaited blue passport, which will finally roll out next month. Thank goodness it's here. Our national pride is restored. No longer will we have to carry around the passport of the evil European overlords. British Britain stands on its own 2 feet once again. The Prime Minister was pictured holding the new travel document on a flight to Newcastle Airport on the day that Britain left the EU. In an image released by Downing Street. Oh, there's still somebody there, is there? That's nice. So the government's going to ban wet logs, but the Prime Minister's flying from London to Newcastle. Why? I mean, don't tell me security reasons. It's usually something like that they come out with, which actually translates as, I don't want to go by road. I don't want to. Something like that. It actually translates as, don't do as I do, do as I say. The blue passports are going to be sent out at the end of March. Not a moment too soon. But there's a but. Leftover burgundy stock will still be used as a priority to get rid of them. Burgundy? Humiliating, pink, filthy, foreign homosexual passports, I think they mean. Get that comedy Tory out of Dad's Army on the phone. He'll confirm that. British passports were dark blue from the inception of the old design in 1920 till 1998, when they were changed to burgundy, in line with most EU passports. By the way, this was a decision that we agreed to. We could have said we wanted any colour blooming passport we wanted, but we didn't. Because it was easier this way. It wasn't an imposition placed upon us. We willingly accepted them. We could have had blue all along. Croatia has blue passports. All this taking back control and getting our proper passport back is total rot. And people like Boris Johnson know that. And I expect people like Nigel Farage know that. But they know that you don't know that.
I'm a nutcase.
And those old British passports used to be so stiff you could put your spine out if you sat down with one in your back pocket. It's like they were made out of wood. Stiff passport, stiff upper lip. A return to dark blue was announced 2 years ago by the then Immigration Minister, Brandon Lewis, who said that people wanted to see that things are different following the vote to leave the European Union. That's what you get, a change of colour on the travel document that you won't want to use because it can only take you to somewhere there's more foreigners than there are here.
Oh, no.
Brexiters championed Brandon Lewis's decision to reintroduce the blue passports, and they became a symbol of the Leave campaign. That is so sad I can barely even contemplate it. A desperate clinging to some imagined glorious past. A ridding of the shackles that didn't exist. That was their pitch. We'll free you from something that's not there. Vote for us. The travel documents were lauded by a whole cast of comedy characters, amongst whom were members of the European Research Group, including the leader of the Commons, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
I don't know anything.
Home Secretary Priti Patel said, leaving the European Union gave us a unique opportunity to restore our national identity and forge a new path in the world. By returning to the iconic blue and gold design, the British passport will once again be entwined with our national identity, and I cannot wait to travel on one. Well, Priti Patel, we can't wait for you to travel on one either. Happy sailing. Don't get your smirk wet. But hold your applause, you true blue patriots. That passport is not as British as you'd like. In fact, it's not British at all. Because, as you may know, the contract for the British travel documents after Brexit were given to a Franco-Dutch firm called Gemalto, which meant that the Gateshead-based firm De La Rue, who did it before, lost out on the contract, and 170 jobs were lost. And that's because of the evil European Union who forced us to abandon our own workers. Oh, no, that's right. They didn't have anything to do with it. It was Prime Minister Jeremy Corbyn's fault for stabbing our British printing industry in the back. Oh, no, that's right. He wasn't the Prime Minister. It was the Conservative Party what done it. You know, the People's Party. Either way, it's a disgrace because you can't get a much more British-sounding name than De La Rue. And there's another sting in the tail. British holidaymakers renewing their passports before the summer could miss out on getting a blue one because the old EU-style ones need to be used up first. We've got loads of them. Britons whose passports run out before they go away on holiday this summer could be stuck with the burgundy one until 2030 because they last for 10 years. And as the most small-minded of us who voted Leave are comically keen to get a Brexit passport as soon as possible, they'll be the ones disappointed to be getting that pink gay one to place in a drawer and not use, instead of a true blue one to put in a drawer and not use. And I don't normally quote some random people on Twitter what they say about the news, but this was pretty good. Our own James O'Brien retweeted this from somebody called Julian Shear, who said, "The partly Turkish, American-born, Brussels-schooled Prime Minister waving a Dutch-French-produced blue passport made in Poland, offering inferior travel rights to Britons, whose currency has fallen in value. Bon voyage." Bon voyage? That sounds like a filthy foreign toodaloo to me.
Bye-bye.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Michael says, online buying isn't good because you can't have a proper look at the item in front of you before buying it. And it's not just there, and it's not just that there is always the possibility that the item will get lost in the post. Referencing something we were talking about yesterday. You had to be there. Linda says, should we put out an SOS for Boris Johnson? I'm getting worried. Not. Well, no, not. And Mick says, my wheelie bin has just flown past my window again. It must be a bit windy. No, I expect it's pigeons. Here is a call in Finsbury Park. Ludo. Ludo. No, that didn't work. Try it again. Ludo.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Laddu.
Who?
Laddu.
Laddu.
Yes, that's how you pronounce it.
Right. Can I call you Ludo?
No, not really.
It's very uncooperative.
Sorry, it's just, can I call you Knock?
Yes, you can. As long as you call me Ludo, you may, yes.
Okay, thanks. Oh, no, hello there, Nick. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. I just wanted to talk about blowjob.
About, yeah, bozo. Mm-hmm.
Well, exactly. I mean, thing is, like, I really used to actually... I really liked him before.
Oh, no, because he was the funny bloke off the telly.
No, exactly that. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, when he was doing the game shows and stuff, I thought he's a really zany guy.
Right.
And, you know, he had, you know, trendy hair. And, you know,
trendy? Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. Trendy hair, Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I don't think so. But he had hair. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, you know, it is a bit funky type of style.
Yeah, funky as in dirty looking, yeah.
Yeah, and, he was he said the funny thing.
He was amusing. That's right. He was a funny bloke off the telly, like you know who.
Oh, shut up!
Him. He used to be the funny bloke off the telly. Now we used to be afraid. Now we're petrified.
Well, yeah, and he did actually seem like somebody that had his hat screwed on properly. But I know
maybe that's why his hair looks like that. Yeah.
But then, obviously, when it came out of being on the game shows and when he actually got into power, it's just, I've realised, he isn't what I thought. And did you see that programme?
Well, can you be more specific?
Sorry, it was...
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Yes. Which one are we talking about?
It was a documentary on him on Channel 4.
No.
And I think this is when I actually realised what a sort of person he was.
What a big mistake we've all made, yeah.
He'd gone away to, like, a hot country, and one of his, like...
hot country? Yeah.
Yeah, it was very hot.
Okay, stand by. I expect something racist is about to follow. Go on.
No, not racialist, but he was like in a hot country, and so people were wearing their shorts and swimwear, and one of his people was wearing flip-flops, and he made fun of him for wearing flip-flops, and I really didn't like that because I'm a big fan of flip-flops.
Well, now wait a minute. Are you a big fan of flip-flops at the seaside or in town?
Everywhere.
Oh, no, Ludo, big mistake. Huge. At the seaside is just about acceptable, as long as you don't stray too far from the beach. But not in town. What are you, Australian? That's disgusting.
Have you ever worn flip-flops, Nick?
As a child, yes.
What? You don't wear them anymore?
Of course not. I'm a grown-up. How old are you, Ludo?
I'm 38.
38 years old, which is about 30 years too old to wear flip-flops, particularly in town. I mean, you know how filthy London is? I mean, do you have any idea? You walk down the end of your street and your feet will be black.
Oh, man, but it's just so, relaxing to wear the flip-flop.
Relaxing? Even in Finsbury Park, you can't get away with that kind of thing, Ludo.
But yeah, because you can, wiggle your toes around, and it's, your feet don't sweat.
God, I'm talking to Frodo on the phone here.
No, but it's just really comforting, and I couldn't believe.
Well, to you maybe, but think of the other people. I've got to see that. Ugh.
What?
Exactly. Your black feet, your black hairy feet, your toes out in public.
Disgusting.
Awful.
No, but I keep it clean.
It?
My feet.
Oh, right. Just the one. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Ludo.
No, keep 2 feet clean.
You have to hop away, because I've just run out of time. But anyway, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I'm right about that, by the way. You see people on the tube wearing flip-flops, and you know right away they're Australian. And their feet they're caked up to their knees in filth. Shoes with socks, not sandals with socks, obviously. Shoes and socks, please. And no shoes without socks. That is a terrible idea. Because in about 10 seconds, your feet will be swimming in 2 small pools of sweat. No, shoes and socks, always, please. And no shorts in town. And if you're a mafia boss, absolutely no shorts anywhere at all, ever.
Absolutely. Trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Linda says, shall we put out an SOS for Johnson? Oh, no, I read that. Matt says, there are 2 years left on my EU passport. I don't want a blue one. If I can't get EU citizenship when mine expires, I would do away with having a passport. Why, I don't think you need one, Matt. Just explain to the people at the gate at Heathrow who you are. Show them your face. Your beautiful face. Or we could put covers on them. Remember at school we used to put covers on books? And we used to make it out of old bits of wallpaper. Remember that? I'm sure that would be fine. Paul says, I can spell Cirencester. Can I have a job and be rich and famous on the radio? It's been my dream for over 20 minutes. Can you have a job to be rich and famous on the radio? Yeah, after me, Paul. Get in line behind me. And Gary says, keep the burgundy ones for the Ramonas. Nostalgia is a good thing. Well, maybe, but it's not as good as it used to be. Yeah, that old one. Twickenham. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick, my man. Do you remember me? I talked to you a couple of weeks ago.
Oh.
I'm from New Zealand.
No.
But I'm the bloke from New Zealand. But look, I'll try not to shout at you this time.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to mention about our dear leader, the Orange Man, Trump,
yes.
and how he conflates the movie Parasite winning Best Picture award, how in his mind, his distorted mind, how he conflates and links that to South Korea getting the upper hand in a free trade deal, and he conflates the two,
No, he doesn't. He just said He just says something stupid and racist in front of his white power rally fans, and they'll get a whoop and a cheer. It doesn't have to make any sense.
Well, that's the thing, and I watched it, and the funnier thing is, you say all the people are cheering.
Yeah. That's because they're dinglings. Yeah.
I mean, he talks a load of drivel, and they're all falling for it.
Yes, well, you can fool a lot of the people a lot of the time. You only need about 30%. All you need is the old people and, how shall I put it?
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, all you need is the old people and the poorly educated people, and you can run any country you like. That's all you have to do.
Exactly. And the other thing they're falling for, they're talking about this Australian trade deal. Now, I live half the year in Australia. Sorry, not Australian trade deal. Australian points-based system, immigration system, right? They're trumpeting this, excuse the term. Oh, that's going to get all the Brexiteers. I talked to one the other day. Oh, we're going to get your, because he thinks I'm Australian because I'm from New Zealand. It's the same thing to him. But he says, look, we're going to get your, we're going to limit immigration. Look, mate, I said, Australia, I live there after. It's full of immigrants, mate. Full of immigrants.
Well, the
They've
purpose,
got more immigration
the purpose
than
of
the UK has got.
The initial purpose of the points-based Australian system was to increase the number of people that went to Australia.
Exactly, to increase. I mean, there's immigrants everywhere, and New Zealand. They're so dense. They think it's going to bring down the limit immigration. But Nick, before you go, I've got some great news.
Yes.
Have you heard the news? The UK trade envoy has been talking about this wonderful free trade agreement we're going to get with Australia, with New Zealand, with our historic Commonwealth partners.
Yeah.
And that'll go. Like in their mind, that's going to go and make up for losing what they've got now.
Well, how can I put their minds?
I love the poorly educated.
Exactly. They're not thinking. They're just caught up in the a patriotic fervour. Desperate to return to a time that never was. Yeah, we're going to have a huge and tremendous trade deal with Australia because, that'll fix everything. You'd have to leave the planets to get further away. Anyway, thanks a lot, Mike. Of course, we had Mick Mulvaney, the White House Chief of Staff, or the acting White House Chief of Staff. He was here the other day. He told a crowd in Oxford that the US is actually desperate for more migrants to go and work in that country. But guess what?
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
The acting White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, said, we are desperate for more people. And when Donald Trump hears that, he will be the ex-acting White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney. Mulvaney told an audience at the Oxford Union, he said, we're running out of people to fuel the economic growth that we've had in our nation for the past 4 years. We need more immigrants. Which is not what the dingalings at Fat Donny's Safe Space rallies want to hear. It could be that he just spouts the stuff that he spouts to get votes. I mean, it couldn't be the same reason that our dear leader says the things that he says, could it?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Mulvaney says they need more immigrants. Trump says our country is full. Trust them. One of them is an idiot.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Mulvaney said that despite the president seeming to be anti-immigrant, the Trump administration in reality wanted more foreign workers. Yeah, try telling that to the drooling yeehaws. That's not what they think you're on about, Donny. You tell them one thing, and then you do the opposite, trusting that they will take your word at face value and not check, because they're poorly educated.
I love the poorly educated.
It's like the Tories, perhaps, who are promising fewer foreign people, but the businesses that fund the Tory party and fuel the national economy are saying that they need those people from the EU. So I would bet on some high-profile cases that make it look as though we're getting tough, while the actual policy is as you were. I mean, this Tories immigration numbers game sounds tough, but I bet there's going to be exceptions for medical, care, farming, hospitality, construction, manufacturing, warehousing, food preparation. Basically, everywhere that immigrants currently work, they're going to get an exception. Because there isn't a great pool of inactive Brits to pull from. I mean, that's just basic maths, baby. It's all about the money, honey. This is despite what Priti Patel was saying about the 8.5 million economically inactive people. I'll get onto that in a minute, because, God, where do you even begin with that? What's she like? Lucas says, ironically, I bet people will inaugurate their blue passport travelling to Europe. I bet they do, yeah. Or they'll just keep it in their drawer. That'll show them. I bet people are desperate to get... there's a significant number of people, I bet, who are desperate to get hold of a blue passport just to put it in their drawer. Or they've got it. Makes them feel all warm and gooey inside. This says, Nick, you must stop claiming religion is irrelevant. You are becoming a blasphemer, which is serious. Well, it would be serious if I was speaking to you from 1530, not 3:30 in the afternoon. I mean the actual year. Then it would be very, very serious. I'd probably be on fire right now. Blasphemer. Good grief. I assume you're joking. Another troll. Back under your bridge, troll. And Darryl says, I can't wait for the end of the transition period when Marc Francois will either have to change his name to Marc Anglais or leave the country. I vote leave the country. Hands up, who's with me? Maria says, flip-flops hurt my feet. The bit between the toes is painful and they're dangerous. They're spelt wrong. I wear sandals, she says. Or he. Maria can be a he. Sexist. Yeah, from memory, the things that have the bit between your big toe and the rest of your toes is painful. I don't know how people put up with it. But then they got the other ones that don't have that, and they just slide all over the place. No, I need like snug-fitting footwear. Sliding is not my thing. What else? Linda says flip-flops in Australia are called thongs.
Disgusting.
Nobody wants to see you in a thong in public, Linda. Or anybody else for that matter. Not now, not ever, never. And on that subject, Simon says, no one wants to see another person's feet at any time, ever, especially if they are positioned at the end of the legs of a man. No, he says. No. And I think you are completely correct in every respect.
Hell is going on?
Well, beats me, Donny. It beats me. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Let's have Atlanta, Georgia. Graham.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Hey, was a couple of weeks
Graham, can you speak directly into the phone?
I am speaking
There you
directly.
are. There you are.
I recall conversations, I think it might have been with Sophie.
You've gone away again. Please speak directly into the phone.
How about now?
No.
How about now?
There you are.
Plastics in the sea.
Yeah.
You were talking about global warming, and this pollution business came to my mind. And I did a little research last week, and it turns out Asia and China and Malaysia are the biggest polluter, and India are the largest polluters of plastic. Now,
Asia, China, and India. Is that what you said?
China, Asia, Malaysia, and India
Right.
And the in the Caribbean, it was
China, India,
Tobago, Trinidad, and St. Lucia were really bad polluters.
Really?
The Caribbean.
Right. Yeah.
And if you've ever been at sea, it's almost amazing to come across one of these patches of debris.
Yeah. Well, the Pacific Gyre, isn't that what they call it?
There's two of them. There's one in the Atlantic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Equatorial currents, I guess, gobble up all the stuff and put it in one
Well, you
place.
certainly aren't blaming Asia for that. I mean, they may have made the stuff in the first place, but we chucked it out.
I blame Dustin Hoffman and The Graduate because he wanted to get into plastic.
Right. Well, that would have been a good bet at that time.
Now, another thing that I read recently was that, and I knew that, well, I didn't know that it was very difficult to recycle wind turbines.
Well, why would you want to recycle them? Just let them stand there and do their thing.
Well, they go bad. After a while, they go bad.
They go bad. They go bad, and they need to be corrected.
The stress, and they're very difficult to recycle.
Yeah.
They have to be buried very deep in the ground.
Wind turbines. Why? Why wind turbines? Why do they have to be buried deep in the ground? You can bury them lying down, not standing up.
Right. I believe it's to do with the chemicals that, or they're made of. The plastic, petrochemicals, right?
Right. So where's this going, Graham? Please.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do with all this garbage, and part of the global warming thing. Really, it's a global catastrophic set of circumstances that may happen.
Yeah.
And like you say, we're too lazy to do anything about it.
We are too late. Well, it's not lazy. It's we're too attached to our lifestyles to do anything about it. We want it fixed, but somebody else should do it. Don't bother us while you're doing it.
A couple other products, fiberglass boat hulls are very difficult to recycle.
Well, so's the stuff that comes on that they put as a film over tubs of mushrooms. All that plastic film stuff, you can't recycle it. I've been looking at those things lately. Normally, I just put them all in the plastic recycling thing, but it turns out I've been doing the wrong thing because for most of those things that look like a plastic film, not a rigid tray. That plastic film stuff, you can't recycle it. It says it right there on the box, not currently recycled. Well, why not?
Well, cheese wrappers, cheese wrappers.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Cheese flakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's all been done for the sake of convenience.
Correct.
We created this monster out of a sense of this is the easy way to do it.
Yeah. Well, perhaps we didn't know what we were doing then, but we certainly do now, and we're continuing to do it. So it's our fault.
And the same thing with solar panels. Solar panels are very difficult to recycle.
Oh, my God. What is it with you and eco products? It's difficult to recycle. So is nuclear waste.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right.
Although I think that they may not have had this in America, but in this country, certainly when I was growing up, we used to have a thing called the golf ball, which was a sweet, approximately the size of a golf ball, that you sucked for about 3 days. And you used to take it out of your mouth every now and again because it changed colour. It had many, many, many different layers. And it was to go green and yellow and pink and blue, purple and orange and black. Groovy. And the black part was the little bit in the middle, which took you most of the school week to get to. And that black part in the middle was actually recycled uranium. Not a lot of people know that. It's a fact. Anyway, Graham, I think we're out of time. Thanks for that, mate. 0345 6060 973. In short,
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
Simon says, you're so right about flip-flops. It's bad enough going to the toilets in a pub in shoes and socks. Can you imagine what horrors flip-flop wearers pick up when they go to the toilets? Oh, good grief. My toes are curling just thinking about it.
Disgusting.
Awful. Shall I say this again about my experience with the only time this has ever happened to me? And it used to be when I was working on AN Other radio station, which for a very brief period was in an otherwise deserted like mini tower block, which had one of its offices converted to a toilet. So it had like floor-length mirrors, windows, which I've never seen before in any toilet. I mean, every now and again you'll go to a toilet and they'll have like a comedy mirror window above where the urinals are, but not floor-length. I've never seen that before. And it was at the side, and the sun was setting to the side, and the sunlight was streaming through. Oh, what a beautiful sight!
Yowza!
And as I say, this must always happen, but I've never seen it happen because the sunlight was illuminating the area in front of me. I could see that it didn't make any difference where I pointed the stream. A mist, a cloud of tiny droplets was being created. And it just sort of wafted and blew back. It basically covers you from at least your waist down. And this is happening to you every single time you use a urinal, and probably every time you use stand up to use a toilet as well. What a terrible discussion.
Disgusting.
But keep this in mind. There's nothing you can do about it. You will be engulfed in a cloud of tiny droplets of, mist all over you. There's nothing you can do about it. That's what happens. It's just that you don't see it happen because the light is almost always behind you. And so you're standing in darkness. You can't see the cloud. I only saw it once when the sun was setting and the stream of light was coming in from the side. And there's nothing you can do about it. Don't matter what technique you use. It's a fact that you are covered from at least the waist down in a fine mist of your own product. Isn't that awful? So, yes, shoes and socks, absolutely, not flip-flops. My best advice is just don't go. Craig says, pretty Permasmirk Patel says that we're going to get the bestest and brightest workers from abroad, give them these skilled high-paid jobs and round up the British to do all the low-paid jobs. That makes perfect sense. That's pretty much what she said. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm going to get into all of that in a second. That is our glorious future. We're going to be toiling and doing the dirty work while people from Australia stand over us with a clipboard. Mitch says, did you find your kicked in the head by a horse clip yet? Kicked in the head by a horse clip? Which one do you mean?
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. Mm-hmm. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened, and it completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Hi, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Start off with say often, which is that we've all evolved to be a little bit racist, but it's what we do with it that's important.
No, it's not. It's not that we've evolved to be a little bit racist.
The logical conclusion from that is that we've all evolved to be ambitious, acquisitive, get us rich and powerful. And unless we can turn that round in the next 10 years, that is what is going to kill us, because if we continue to want to go on foreign holidays and want to acquire as much wealth as we can and have all the nice little trappings that we can, that is what's going to kill us. And unless we can get to grips with that, we are not going to stop climate change. And the worst people in the world, like Putin, Trump, Johnson, etc., are the ones that appear to be the most evolved in terms of self-ambition and wealth gathering. And they're the ones
Donald Trump is evolved? I'm not sure about that.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Not sure about that.
No, I'm not too sure about it, but we've got to overcome what is millions of years of evolution telling us to be wealthier, more ambitious.
You mean greedy? Greed is what you're talking about.
Yeah, without that. Yeah,
actually, I'll shorten it even further. Short-termism. That's what it's all about. We're all about short-term pleasure. We want our pleasure right now. We're not prepared to wait for a single solitary second. The human race is at the developmental age of a toddler. That's us. And that's what it'll do for the human race, short-termism.
When we need to be extremely further evolved than that.
Well, we aren't. Unfortunately, we aren't. So J.P. Morgan Chase may be right that what we're seeing the start of now. I mean, it seems as a casual observer that the weather is getting a bit weird, and if the vast majority of the world's climatologists and weather scientists and physicists and all those other ists experts. That's right. If all of them are right, then we will really rue our inaction shortly. But the catastrophe will have to happen to us before that. Before we start to realise what we're doing.
But if some people can see it, how can we persuade the rest, Nick?
We can't. People are not prepared to change their lifestyles. You know, this throwaway society, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. We're more keen to throw things away. You don't have to go back very long before to a time when people used to repair their toasters. You can't even get a toaster apart to repair it these days. They don't come apart. They're deliberately made so that you have them for a year and then you throw them away. Cars are made like that. Nobody has a car for more than 3 years these days. You fill the ashtray and then you want another one.
My mother used to down socks.
Yeah, exactly. Down socks. Precisely right.
Down socks.
Yeah.
D-A-R-N.
Darn. Yeah, those darn socks. Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know where we're going with this.
Well, we're going to the precipice and then beyond, Mike.
My children are either side of 30 and they've decided not to have kids because they think that there won't be a world here at the end of the century, which is quite a sad thing.
Well, it is, yes, but at least they're cooperating and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Cheer up, mate, it might never oh, no, that's right, it already has. Yeah, I mean, all this, the eco-protesters and Greta school person and the Extinction Rebellion and all of that. I mean, it's all nice and well, and in the fullness of time, when we're all bobbing about on the ocean where dry land used to be, they will be able to say, I told you so. And we will probably say, well, we didn't hear you. Well, why didn't you speak louder? It's your fault. Mark says, I don't understand how people can walk into a toilet on a plane barefoot. Oh, who does that? They wouldn't do that in a restaurant toilet. Gross, says Mark. Well, first of all, you shouldn't be on a plane barefoot. Who does that? That is awful. David says, you are so right. Guys in flip-flops is just so utterly wrong. It ranks up there with blokes in Lycra cycling gear. Oh, he says. And I couldn't agree more. I went to a gallery a little while ago. I think it was the Royal Academy. Her Majesty's Royal Academy, if you can believe that. And some bloke was just strutting around there in Lycra cycling gear. In front of the art. Catherine says, I'm from New Zealand, and that suite you were talking about, the golf ball, they were called gobstoppers. Yeah, that's right. I hope no one ever stops your gob, because you're the funniest man ever. There's nothing funny about me, Catherine. I amuse you. I'm here to amuse you. Yeah, gobstoppers. That's how they used to get rid of nuclear waste. They stuck them in the middle of a gobstopper. And that's an actual fact. Gatwick. Hello, Cherise. Cherise.
Hello.
Cherise. Yeah.
Cherise. Hi, Nick. Okay, what we can do about it then? If it's everybody looking for his own self and being selfish.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, I hate to sound fatalistic, but the human race is not going to save itself. It just won't.
No, remember, the human race wants to save itself, but our leaders, the world leaders, they're only looking for their money. They don't care what they do.
Well, that's a nice idea to hold close to you, Cherise, but I'm afraid that it's worse than that, because our leaders are just a reflection of who we are.
No, we can change our leaders. We are more stronger than that.
Well, yeah, okay, but we can change our leaders, but we can also change our way of life. We could do that more easily. We can do it. We can change our lifestyle more easily than we can change our leaders, but we don't.
We are changing as a human.
No, I don't think so.
Changing.
No.
Well, I'm changed. I bet you are.
In what way have you changed?
Okay, if I go to the supermarket, I get my own bag. If there is too much plastic,
that'll save the planet.
Lots of plastic.
He's taken his own bag. What's the bag made of?
It's plastic. I keep it. I keep it. I keep one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I keep one.
Yeah.
All right, but I don't keep taking them. Okay, everything is made of plastic. Why you don't go shop? What you call open markets, like high street markets, more cheap.
Yeah, well, they don't exist anymore because people went to the hypermarket on the outside of town. Yeah,
we can make them exist. It's one big supermarket is taking all this profit for itself.
It's too late.
It's not too late.
It is too late. The high street is dead. It's not coming back.
You should have brain. It's not too late. Of course, it's not too late.
I will not do anything of the sort. Wash my brain.
No, you're trying to tell me we cannot do something about it.
I'm not trying to tell you. I am telling you. I mean, listen to what you just said. You have changed. You personally are doing your bit to save the planet, and the extent of it is you take your own bag to the supermarket.
Where we dump them? Where we dump all this dump? We dump them in Africa. How do African people live in our dump? And we not treat them any fair at all. So we dump our stuff to Africa, and when they come and leave their country because it's full of our British and European dump.
Yeah.
So they are in the UK, and we cannot treat them well. So their country is full of dump. It's because of us.
But I don't see how this is furthering your argument. It's rather underlining mine.
Yes, we are in the same argument, but we have to do something about it.
We do have to do something about it, but we're not going to because we don't want to, and that's the end of it.
Okay, who's taking? Is the big shark is taking all this stuff and taking all this money, and the other people over there says, okay, we'll cycle for you. But now they have too much of it. We have to cycle ourselves.
Right, but okay, recycling is not really the nub of the issue. It's not using all that stuff in the first place.
Okay, go and get the fruit by itself.
Okay, well, you can't. It doesn't exist anymore unless the human race decides to.
Okay, a paper bag. If I have money, I will make now.
Yeah.
Right now, a factory make paper bags.
Right. Nobody wants them, Cherise.
Why?
Because plastic's better. Plastic's got handles.
We can have them. We can mourn for them.
Right,
we can mourn for days and when they break. But don't put too much of them. And when you want to burn them, it's easy to burn them.
Yeah, it doesn't make burn them. Oh my God,
it's paper.
You're a one-man catastrophe, Cherise.
Okay, if you want to give them in the field, okay, more you welcome.
All right, why don't we just throw them in the street when you're done? Why not?
No,
Cherise, I gotta go. But thanks a lot, mate. Thanks for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Yeah, the world appreciates it. He's taken his own plastic bag to the supermarket. He's a hero. We ain't gonna do nothing about it. We ain't. You know we ain't. I mean, everything is getting more and more wasteful. I mean, look at the cars that people drive these days. Do people want small city cars? No. And furthermore...
No.
No, they want cars as big as battleships. And they can't park them, and they can't see over the bonnet, and they've got no concept of how large the thing is because it's enormous. and you've got one tiny person perched in it, and they have to use the disabled bays because the cars are too vast to fit into a normal bay. And it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. They're 4x4s, which means they've got all sorts of massively complicated machinery inside that you're never going to use. Ever. You park it in your driveway, and at most it might have to one day drive over a fallen leaf. And that's it. It's just ridiculous how wasteful we are. We don't need any of that stuff. All you need is a bicycle and a cagoule. But does anybody want to put up with that? Of course not. It's not got a stereo in it. It's not got heated seats. It's not got a sat-nav. It's not got Bluetooth. Or any of those things that we don't really need. That we're not going to give up. Not now, not ever, never. We just absolutely will not do it. And we don't care if we do die. I mean, the Paris Agreement. Look at this. This is what the genius in charge of America right now, the world's leader.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He didn't want to even contemplate. And these weren't the rules. These were just objectives. To keep the increase in global average temperature to below 2 centigrade, above pre-industrial levels. It's about that now. So basically it's doing nothing. Let's just do nothing. And he wasn't even prepared to do that. Totally unfair, worst deal ever. The aim is to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade, since this would significantly reduce the risks and the impacts of climate change. Is anybody remotely interested in doing that?
No.
No, of course not, because it would mean we change our lives. We fly less, consume less, turn the central heating down just a notch, just a tiny bit, maybe put a jumper on. No, we want to look at the snow piled up outside the house with the heating on full, in T-shirts and shorts, eating ice cream. Governments agreed on the need for global emissions to peak as soon as possible. I mean, how vague is that? Well, let's do our best. And Donald Trump says no. It's a total disgrace to our country. To undertake the rapid reductions thereafter in accordance with the best available science. Science? Well, nobody's remotely interested in science anymore. Because, it's not a thing. And that's all it is.
Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm super. Thanks for asking. This anonymous text says, although expensive, you can buy replacement parts for Dualit toasters and kettles. I've had my Dualit toaster for about 30 years without having to repair it, and it's made in England. Yeah, but they cost £10,000. Approximately. I'll look up the exact price later, but it's about £10,000 each. Patrick says, problem sorted. According to Inca mythology, llamas saved their ancient civilization from a great flood. How did they do that then? Given the number of llama farms currently popping up all over the country, we probably have enough of them to show Bojo how to do his job properly. Does that make sense?
No.
Susie says, when you were in your late teens and your 20s, what were the worst jobs you had? What, the worst jobs I've ever had? Well, you remember Jane Mansfield? Oh, no, that was Pete and Dud. Well, that's easy. Working in a meat factory. It turned me vegetarian for 20 years. It did. Working in a meat factory. Well, it wasn't a meat factory, it was a pie factory. So, it was, I've mentioned all this many, many times. So, just briefly, what's this?
That's just my worst job.
Which?
The one I've just written on the screen.
I worked in a warehouse packaging coins.
Yeah.
Well, that may be, but we're talking about me. You believe that? Coins? Oh, yeah, I pack meat in pies. And if they're mystery meat. And if you see a dollop of mystery meat in a pie, you probably eat it. If you saw a vast vat on wheels about 4 foot across and 4 foot deep, the stench was coming off it to make your toes curl. And you had to put that in pies. and this machine would haul it up, and it would put it into a hopper, and then you had to use your arm to scrape around the inside of this vat and slap the slurry in the hopper there, where it gets squirted into a pie. That put me off meat for 20 years. 20 years missed. So there's an answer to your question. This says, I'm giving up single-use plastics for Lent with a view to reducing my consumption in the long term. Oh, well, thanks a lot, mate. You're a hero. Chelsea, hello, Mark.
Hello, Governor, hello. Very quickly about chucking things away. I walked for 8 minutes, 9 max today, and in that sort of short walk, I came across a perfect sofa put outside, which I think was fake black leather, but it was in perfect condition. And then a coffee table, which is fold up and pine. And I email, and I regularly come across these things, I email a friend of mine with the image, who usually goes and picks them up, and then either flogs them to second-hand furniture places, and occasionally puts them into an auction. And once he got 300 quid for a coffee table. So get some really
Now,
good
when you
stuff.
say you see them in the street, do you mean that you broke into somebody's house and you found them in their living room?
No, outside the house, in the street, abandoned, because it costs money to chuck things away legally.
And this
so
is
they
in
stick them
Chelsea?
outside. Well, Kensington, Chelsea.
Oh,
yeah.
Kensington. Oh, wow.
But Chelsea as well. This was Chelsea today. I'm trying to control my language. Certain holes of Chelsea are now selling flats for 18 million near the border of Fulham by the river in
Fulham?
Chelsea Harbour. Yeah, actually, technically, some places are in Fulham, and you've got 18.
Well, at least they're not.
Quid in Chelsea Harbour.
They're not Putney. I mean, let's not go that far.
But yeah, it's not. Yeah, but anyway, this stuff's abandoned. Some of the stuff's gorgeous. Anyway, I ring him, and when he's not inebriated, he'll. It's often at night because you can't dump things illegally.
Yeah. Well, you've got to call your mate before 6, otherwise he's going to be out of it.
Anyway, he does flog them. But the other thing is, and it's interesting with the times we're living in, is food that's good food by the supermarkets. And I've seen people going in the bins, taking out perfectly good food.
Yes.
Really good food.
Well, that's right.
But the beauty of the poverty we have that requires this, while everyone's recycling, which, as you quite rightly say, no one really is, because all the stuff's chucked out one way or another, then it's actually a criminal offence. It's called theft by finding.
What?
Yeah. If you look it up...
Theft by finding? Well, if somebody leaves a perfectly good leather sofa on the street, then you get nicked for taking it?
Obviously not for that, but I won't mention names, but everyone knows which supermarkets are the most prominent. If you go into their bin and nick the stuff that's edible that they haven't flogged that day, or if the staff do it,
that's
it's
stealing.
By finding.
Really?
Yeah. And
well, that's ridiculous. What you absolutely have to throw it away. You're not allowed to eat perfectly good food that has been previously thrown away.
Or even there was this mad guy, the bin man was his nickname, and he would go outside solicitors' offices in the West End and take their bags of rubbish and read their. This is years before shredding. Before shredding. And he would find out secrets and flog it to the person.
Okay, well, that's...
Then the bin man.
Yeah, well, that's bad.
But
we're talking about eating food that is still edible that a supermarket has thrown in the rubbish.
The law is an ass to everybody.
Well, yeah.
By my friends who dress up and get paid.
Exactly right, yeah.
So whether it's a prawn sandwich or personal details, it's theft by finding.
Well, I am stunned.
But yeah, but this idea of recycling and caring about the planet is absolute nonsense.
It's complete tosh.
But
nobody's remotely interested.
The other thing, I mean, at the higher end of prawn sandwiches and coffee tables, I don't know how to explain this. A member of my family in her 70s, my mum, sucks up to royalty from a royal family in the Middle East that are the richest in the world because gas keeps coming out of the ground.
Yes.
And one of the poor relations of the royal family that she sucks up to has pocket money of $4 million a year, and she spends $500,000 a year on clothes.
Well, of
and
course.
her Filipino staff steam the stuff. And I mean, this stuff is now hanging in warehouses, and they're buying more. Her Highness said, "I'd like to flog some of this stuff, which is designer label, top of the range stuff."
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Millets, that sort of label, yes.
And give the money to charity to make room for more. And I thought there might be a little earner here. So I went to these places in Knightsbridge and Chelsea and Belgravia that sell flog ladies second-hand handbags and scarves and coats and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, listen, if your mum's got an old coat or a nice coat, new coat, I'll put it in the window if someone wants to buy it. You know, we'll do, but we can't buy a juggernaut worth of this stuff. So this recycling is nonsense.
Right, okay, there was a long way around to get back to where we were before, but okay, it is nonsense. I completely agree. Thanks a lot, Mark. This is from the John Lewis website, apparently, which sounds a lot like advertising to me, but it's been put up, so I'm going to read it. Dual-It New Gen 4-slice toaster. Dual-It. Polished. £200,000. Can you believe that? That's a little on the expensive side, even if you can mend it. 0345 6060 973. Have I got round to Priti Patel yet?
No.
No, not yet. But I will, unless I don't. Rob says, people need 4x4 off-road vehicles because they have to park on the pavement. Yeah, that is true. That's a good point, yeah. Nobody can park those things. That is an actual fact. Parking spaces aren't big enough for them. You know, the space... This is everywhere now. The space that we, either personally or with our vehicles or whatever we carry around with us, have to fit in are getting smaller, and we and our vehicles are getting bigger. Like, parking spaces do not fit modern cars anymore. I mean, you can park in those spaces, right enough. It's just you can't get out of the car. Or you know that some numpty is going to park so near to you that you can't get back in your car. At the cinema, I mean, I'm not saying that we're all gaining an enormous amount of weight, but we're all gaining an enormous amount of weight. And we can't fit no seats anymore. Have you been to the theatre lately? Of course not. It costs a blooming fortune. But if you did, you wouldn't be able to sit down. You have to stand up. You have to stand up the whole way through. Glenn says, you may joke about it, but global warming is fake news. The only thing that has changed is that people know more about it because of social media, and it's all over the news all of the time. Years ago, it was as bad, but we never heard about it, says Glenn. No, it wasn't. There's another guy who knows just enough to convince himself that he knows a great deal. You know just enough to convince yourself that you know a lot, Glenn. I know enough to be absolutely sure that I don't know anything. That's the difference between you and me. Cal says, how much are you willing to sacrifice for climate change? Exactly what is it that you're willing to comply with? I'm like everybody else, Cal. I'm not willing to comply with anything. I'm just telling it like it is. The human race is not going to save itself from a slow approaching disaster. It won't. If it was happening to us right now, if there was some catastrophe that we were experiencing at this minute, then yes, you know, the spirit of the Blitz and all that, we would get our thumbs out. We would do something about something that is happening to us at this minute. But not if it's some way down the road, not if it's barreling towards us, and it may or may not happen, we don't know. But if we act decisively now, then we can stave off a potential catastrophe. But we're not going to act if it's just a potential catastrophe, because it might not happen. And then how silly will we look that we made all of those moves, all of that extra effort in order to stave off something that might happen in the future. We ain't going to do that. We're going to hope that somebody else does it for us. But don't tell Greta Thunberg this, because she'll be really upset. Jill says, the worst job I ever had was packing dog food. I lasted a day, says Jill. Well, that's nice, Jill, but I didn't ask. Keep in mind that I didn't ask. I do want to talk about Priti Patel. Have we got around to talking about Priti Patel yet?
No.
Not yet. I will, though, unless I don't. Belsize Park. Hello, Judy. Judy.
Hello. First of all, you're a fine one to talk because you've got 3 cars, haven't you?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, but I only use one of them at a time, and it was an accident. I bought 3 cars by accident.
Yes, to quote your friend Carol, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Anyway, can I tell you the things I have in my house that I found in the street, and they're all in absolutely immaculate condition?
But did you clean them?
No, they were immaculate when I found them.
In the street?
In the street.
You didn't clean something you found in the street?
No, I mean I cleaned them, I washed them down.
Well, now your whole story is beginning to fall apart, Judy.
No, but I mean they're in immaculate condition.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I have a kitchen chair, a bedside cupboard, a set of shelves, a swivel desk chair, a chair with an armchair with a cane seat, 2 carpets, 1 rug, a wine rack, 2 clothing racks, and plastic boxes that it's disgusting. Every night, one of our local cafes, they have bread and rolls and things delivered in sort of plastic little crates, and they stack one above the other. So I have about 20 of those now.
Oh my God! You should be one of those people on Crime Watch. You've got to be kidding me.
I use them for office paperwork and keeping files, and I store shoes in them because they stack conveniently one above the other.
Right. Did you find the shoes too?
No, I didn't find the shoes. But also, to save the planet, I use envelopes. All the envelopes that come through the post I use for scrap paper.
What?
Just for, messages and things. I don't buy notepads. I just cut up envelopes.
I thought you meant you kept scrap paper in the envelopes, but you use the envelopes for scrap paper. I get you. Right.
Yeah. I just cut them in bits, and I use those.
Mm-hmm.
And you have got 3 cars.
Yeah, but what you just said isn't helping the planet. Not one iota. You ain't making no difference whatsoever, Judy.
But it is, because all that stuff would just be collected and go to the tip if I hadn't brought it home.
Well, that's a good
I'd
point.
have needed rugs, and I'd have needed a kitchen chair and a bedside cupboard.
You found a rug in the street.
3 rugs.
3, and you put them in your house.
Yes, they were
Can you
spotless.
imagine what was living therein?
No, there was nothing living therein. In fact, my husband goes mad because I keep bringing things home. But he has actually admitted that everything that I have brought, we've used. Oh, and a bed head, sorry. A really nice double bed head. No.
What's it made of? What's it made of?
Goes against the wall, a pine double bed head.
Oh, okay, not fabric.
No, pine.
Right.
And it's the bed head, and I'm furious because there was no bed foot with it.
What?
The bit that goes at the foot.
No, you don't want those.
Well, you do if you're not very tall.
No, I think that they're wrong. You shouldn't have some... at the top, yes, because it stops your pillow falling off to the end of your bed, but not at the bottom, because then it's like being in a cell.
Well, then it's okay, because I didn't find one. But the bed head is lovely. The pine bed head is really nice, double size.
Right. And you had a bed that fitted it?
Yes, perfectly.
You found that in the street as well, I bet?
No, I didn't find the bed. I see loads of mattresses.
Yeah, mattresses, yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Restrain yourself, Judy.
No, I wouldn't do that. And also, I know you work till halfway through the night, but you come to work by car, don't you?
So?
And there are night buses. There are night buses.
Oh, blimey. You have any idea how long it would take me to get home on a night bus?
Yes, but you'd be saving the planet.
Yeah, but...
No, I think you should stop lecturing people.
No, I'm not lecturing people. I'm not lecturing people because you're implying that I'm saying that I am virtuous and you're not. I am just the same as everybody else, and because we are all the same, the human race is doomed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not virtuous at all.
No,
but
you can say that again.
I do. That sounds insulting. I do what I can, but you're not really making any effort. I walk everywhere. I don't drive.
Well, it sounds to me like you're just stealing other people's stuff. That's not making an effort.
It is I don't have a mobile phone.
Oh, that's why you're coming in very, very clearly. Do you mind if I say that?
I'm a landline.
You're coming in clear as a bell.
So I'm not wasting whatever it is you have to do to make mobile phones.
Yeah, well, you had to dig up precious metals from the ground at a great personal cost to the people that are digging them up.
And also, could I ask a question, and then I'll leave you in peace?
Oh.
In shops, they used to have a stock of boxes, cardboard boxes.
Yes.
By the till.
Yes.
Or near the till.
Mm-hmm.
And now, when you walk through a supermarket, all they're doing is ripping all the boxes to bits.
Are they?
Yeah, they just rip them up. You can't see boxes anymore in a supermarket, and so you wouldn't need a plastic bag. You could just take one
the boxes.
of the boxes.
Yeah.
And they don't supply them anymore. Why not?
Well, that's a very good question. I don't know, because they must have no end of boxes. Well, they probably have a like a recycling
they
regime.
just rip them. If you walk through the shop, through supermarkets when they're stacking the shelves, they're just tearing the boxes up. But if they left them near the tills,
then people could use them.
We could use them, and then they'd have a second use.
And by which method we'd save the planet. You ain't doing nothing, Judy.
All right, then. I don't drive.
Well, how are you taking all this stuff back? You've got chest of drawers.
There's something my husband called out just before. He said, "What was that thing you asked that man in the street to carry home for you?" But I couldn't remember.
Oh my God! You're collecting people in the street as well.
Well, if it's heavy and I can't, I can't carry it. I have to ask someone.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I'm going to be avoiding Belsize Park for forever.
Well, you used to live near here, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
But you moved.
I moved. Yes.
You moved.
Don't live nowhere near there now, Judy. So whatever you find in the street, don't ask, because I'm not helping. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. Tony says, "Why don't you do your bit and get a bike?" Well, many reasons, Tony. First among which is, where are you going to ride, for a start? Riding a bike in this country is perilous, to say the least. And it would take too long to get anywhere. I can't ride a bike into town. I mean, you die of asphyxiation, apart from anything else. Don't breathe in town. I read a thing today that said the quality of air in the centre of London has been improved beyond measure. There's Tweety birds flying about in the sky now, and you can breathe again. Well, guess what? No, you can't. Doesn't matter how many old diesel cars you remove from the centre of town, it's still chokingly awful, the air in the middle of London, and probably where you live too. So we've got a long way to go.
Calls flashing up on the indicator.
Yes, first call this hour in Hampton. Hello, Matthew.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Very, very entertaining show as usual.
Oh, thanks.
Basically, we're talking about recycling, and your excellent producer again is
well, let's not get carried away. Excellent. I mean, you can't really get better than excellent. I mean, that's a 5 out of 5. That's the kind of ratings that people give online. You know, if they order a beer in a pub and they get a beer, then they give it 5 stars, as though it's unimprovable.
No, it's very favourable. Anyway, there we go. But anyway, in terms of recycling,
yeah.
I don't think people take it very seriously anyway.
No.
I mean, like I say, I've got a flat in Hampton, and, the caretaker, a bleak sort of dustman, has just been given the sack for not turning up at work.
Right.
And there's loads of stuff downstairs which is it's not been recycled at all. It's just dumped on the floor, and they've not replaced this caretaker with a new employee, and people don't really care about recycling.
Not interested at all. No. The absolute most they'll do is put their paper in the paper bin and a bit of plastic in the plastic bin, and that, they think, is saving the planet. What might be a better idea is to not use that stuff in the first place.
It's a complete other cobbler's, Nick, to be honest. Anyway, I won't keep you long because I know you've got callers.
Yeah.
Send my love to Steve when he comes in because he's a neighbour and, I think he's in this morning, isn't he?
Sometimes he's in bizarrely early. Yeah, okay, I'll pass on your best wishes. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, is this you?
Yeah.
I used to have to get a night bus when I worked on Steve Allen's show. It took 1.5 hours to get home. Really?
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Please don't tell me more.
Oh, okay.
Here's a call in Clapham. Hello, Diana.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I was just ringing to say what I found in the street. Well, my first find was in a toilet because I was waiting to move into a flat, so I was scared to be on my own anyway, so I slept in a toilet.
Wait. You slept in a toilet?
On a toilet.
On a toilet?
A public toilet to keep safe.
Okay.
It was many years ago when they used to keep toilets open.
Okay, can we back up just a bit? So you bought a flat?
No, I was waiting to move into a flat.
Right.
Because I split from a relationship.
Okay. And so you wanted to keep yourself safe, and so you decided to sleep on a public toilet?
Yeah, lock the door and keep safe.
Right. Okay, well, that makes perfect sense.
I didn't have any money, so I got up. Well, I came out the door in the morning, washed my face, found a purse.
Yeah. I hope you wash your hands. I hope you wash your hands.
Oh yes,
of course,
absolutely.
Yes.
And I found a purse, and I had about 20-something pounds in it, so I took it to the police station.
Yeah.
Then years later,
well, what did they say?
Oh, they said thank you for bringing it in, and that was it.
Yeah, I bet.
And then I found, what did I find? Oh, I found a purse with over £50 and every conceivable card you could imagine.
Now, do you find these purses in other ladies' handbags?
No, I found it on the street.
Oh, I see.
And so I looked through it, found a name and a number, so I rang the number, and the girl said, oh, that's my friend, she works in a certain shop.
Yeah.
Well-known shop. So I went to the shop and said, I believe this is yours. I had to look in it to find out if it was any name.
Yeah.
And she went, oh, okay. And then just continued doing what she was doing. And then I found £20.
Well, you didn't even get a thank you?
No.
Not even an I appreciate it? Not even pulled off
nothing.
A crisp fiver? Nothing?
No, I didn't even care about any reward. I was just glad to get it back to the person. And then I found £20 on the ground outside, and then I spent that on food for a Latvian guy who had no food. So I spent a whole £20 on food for him. And then it was my birthday in the August a few years back, and then I got loads of cards, and then I just opened them randomly, and there was a £10. I thought, who's this? Then it wasn't my name, so I looked on the front of it, and there was somebody up my street, some couple.
Oh my God!
So I looked in the phone box, in the phone book.
This all sounds very suspicious, Diana. It sounds like you should be in jail to me.
No, they were the same. I said, I'm sorry, I opened it. I thought it was for me because it's my birthday today.
Of course.
And it just went, ugh.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Well, it seems to be wherever you go, people are just going, ugh.
Well, at least, they got their things back, which is good.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you find money wherever you go. I'm going to start trailing you. If that's okay.
How's your nose, by the way?
My what now?
Your nose. You had something crawl up your nose.
Oh, that. Yeah, no, I think I killed it. I think the inside of me is so poisonous to other living beings that I killed it by accident.
I was going to give you a tip the other night.
Yeah.
And the tip was, if you ever get anything up your nose again, just put some, little green chilies, the little tiny ones.
Yeah.
in some water, boiling water, and put hang your head over and snip, and that will make you sneeze so...
Do that straight away. Thanks a lot, Diana. What did she just say at the end there? 0345 6060 973. No, never mind about my nose. My teeth. That's the problem. But actually, my teeth are fine. It's that my gums have to come out. So I went to the dentist the other day. When was my appointment? 2:30. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of saying that. And a nice lady, awful. She said, "Oh, you're going to need what do they call it? Oh, root canal work." Yeah, root canal work. There's nothing wrong with your tooth, she says. There's an infection underneath it. Oh, great. So you're going to need root canal work, which is basically like getting the council over to dig a hole in the road. I think they use the exact same implements. I'd prefer not to have that, I said. And she was explaining how it gets done. She said, "Oh, we can't do that here. No, we send you to a specialist. You're going to have to go to an expert. And they will charge you, and I'm not making this up, £2,000. £2,000 to do to me what is synonymous with the most painful thing that human beings can experience: root canal work. So we're going to have to drill a hole through the cap that I've got on my tooth, and I'm going to yank the nerves out, and then fill it with cement or something like that. I don't know. Put tar macadam on the top of it. But it might not work, she said. You believe that? I don't think that medical science has really gone anywhere lately, has it? God, it's taken so long to do anything. The only alternative is to get it ripped out. But then I'm going to have a gap at the back of my mouth where I chew my food. So I'll be on soup now from now until the end of time. So I thought, well, am I going to spend £2,000 on getting the most painful thing that human beings can experience, which might not work? They might have to pull it out anyway. Or am I just going to get it yanked out? Now, I'm quite attached to my teeth. In fact, I bet they're quite hard to remove. But I've decided on the latter, because you can get your tooth pulled out for virtually nothing at all on Her Majesty's NHS. Thank you, Your Majesty. I bet she doesn't have to wait in a queue. So yeah, that's going to be me next Monday, having my tooth out at the dentist. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Giles texts, "I drove through Belsize Park the other day and I noticed how clean it was. Now I know why. All the junk's in her house." Yeah, I hope she, fumigated absolutely everything that she found in the street. Because you know what it's like in Belsize Park. I mean, really.
Disgusting.
It's not like Hampstead. Even though they'll persuade you that it is. Monica says you can get boxes. I sell on eBay, and I'm always getting boxes from shops. I just grab them before they rip them up. Well, that sounds very aggressive. Very aggressive, Monica. Don't grab. Don't be grabby. Ask nicely.
Be polite.
Lester. Hello, Paul.
Hi there, Nick. Great show, as usual. This is probably going back half an hour when you mentioned what it should be is a bloke on a bike with a cagoule. Well, you more or less summed me up in a nutshell.
Oh.
The only thing I'd add to that is a trailer. Over the last week, yeah, a bike trailer.
What's in your trailer? Don't tell me. A dog?
No, we don't have any pets. I was helping somebody shift the contents of, dare I say, a bike shop, which had gone bust, to his own place, where he repairs bikes, and probably over about 15, 20 trips, I shifted about 350 kilos plus of stuff.
Huh. There's a bike shop near me now, and every time I go by, I think, I hope it doesn't close, because this is the kind of business that we should be encouraging. But on the other hand, I haven't got a spare £1,000 for a bike I'm not going to use. But I'd like to spend some money in there. It's just that they don't sell coffee.
Well, okay, but you don't have to spend £1,000 to get a decent bike. The thing I'm using was 40 quid used about 8 years or so ago. And the trailer, which I've made myself out of an old kid's buggy, found at the side of the road, like the previous lady, I modified so it folds and goes on the bike when it's not actually needed.
Is that road legal? Well, that sounds like a no. That sounds like a no to me.
No, trailers are, no problem.
Well.
I mean, you can fork out, if you're daft enough, sort of many hundreds of quids on commercially made trailers, but they don't do what mine does.
Right. See, the problem with bikes is, well, manyfold. Premium, Premier.
Main problem.
The main problem, yes, that's right.
From your point of view, not mine.
Yeah, from my point of view, the main problem is they get nicked all the time.
No, they don't. Not if you lock them up properly, and if you've got a crappy bike in the first place, pardon the French, like mine, then nobody really wants it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
they wouldn't bother. It's the bods like the Uber and Deliveroo guys that are constantly getting their bikes nicked because they're nipping into places and they don't bother locking them.
Can you still get rally choppers?
Probably used.
I bet they cost a fortune now. Antiques, virtually.
Depends where you go. If you go to somewhere like a charity shop, then no.
Yeah, right.
Typically about 15 quid.
Right. I bet you could probably get a free space hopper thrown in.
Only on a UFO.
Or other things that are orange. Here, Paul, I've got to go. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Brian says, I've had 5 root canals done. None were in the least painful and didn't cost anything like £2,000. Well, that's nice, Brian, but we're talking about me. I felt like I should get a second opinion. There is that old second opinion joke. I won't bother you with it. You can make up your own joke. But that's the thing with your teeth, or most things that are medical. You just believe whatever you're told. That she could be just making it up. I've got no idea. $2,000 does seem like a lot of money, doesn't it, to bore 2 holes in your teeth? But the £2,000 part is the boring, and then the filling, and then the putting a cap on it afterwards. She said, and it might not work. The alternative is to get it yanked out, and if I miss it, I can get one of those, what do you call them? Where they stick a false tooth in your head. Not false teeth, but an implant, yeah. So if I miss the tooth, dreadfully, then I could get an implant, she says. Well, which will apparently probably cost about the same as it would getting a root canal work. And not that I'm
taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
It's the thought of root canal work what is concerning me the most. Well, I don't want to get a tooth yanked out my head either. It seems unreasonable, doesn't it? I take good care of my teeth. I'm a good boy, I am. And it's the bit underneath my teeth. Enfield, hello, John.
Oh, good evening, Nick. What I'd like to say, I'd like to talk about the recovery of our finances in Britain and so on. The first thing we've got to do is to outlaw high-frequency trading with hedge funds.
Yes.
We've got to get rid of that.
All hedge funds, all hedge funders should be...
Well, of course, groups get together...
Punished.
And they're very, very strong, and so on. The small investor, I've been investing in the market for about 70 years.
Yeah, 70?
And the small investor hasn't a chance today because there are people in the corporations, they're sitting in front of a workbench and or computer and so on, and as soon as the market goes up, they skim them to the top of the market. So the market never rises substantially until they start accumulating a certain. They only got to put up 10% of the shares they're going to buy.
It's a rigged game, John.
It is a rigged game.
Yeah, the little people, not leprechauns, are always going to lose.
Well, I agree with you. They are, but you've got to be very, very careful and so on. They're particularly doing it with gold all the time, of course. The banks are the ones that are actually the most active in the market, and the corporations and so on. They control the whole country.
Don't be under any illusion, John. Banks have your best interests at heart.
Well, the thing is that you should be interested in that, because that's where your bread and butters will eventually coming from. The money has to pass through the banks. You see.
Yeah.
That's the snag about it all. This is why cryptocurrency has become so popular. But of course, the crypto value is about 5 times the value of the dollar. So, the gap hasn't closed yet.
Right,
so we will eventually get onto cryptocurrency if, of course, we can get rid of the MPs at the same time.
Right,
you're in the books.
You've given us a lot to think about, John.
I hope I have.
Leave it with me. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I think I'll just sum it up. Financial finaglers. This text says, in November, I had 26 teeth removed in hospital under general anaesthetic. I pick up my new teeth on Thursday, 270 quid. What they made of? Wood. Giles says, I drove through Belston and I read that. Monica says, I read that. God, I'm way up to date. I have no idea where I'm going, but I'm right on time. At least there's that. Let's have a call in Islington. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hi, Nick. Great fan of the show. I think you're incredibly funny. You always make me laugh. Very quirky way of looking at the world.
Oh, thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank goodness for you. Yeah, listen, don't have a root canal. I had one about 15 years ago. It was one of the most painful things I've ever had done in my life.
I hear that.
The reverberations.
Oh.
It is like having a pneumatic drill that they use in a road on your upper jaw.
Everything about the dentist, everything about the dentist is horrible. First of all, it's the sound that those things make. I mean, it literally puts your teeth on edge, just the sound of those things. And then as you say, do you mean the vibrations?
Yeah, the reverberations. They went on for days. I mean, I got home.
Oh, you do mean reverberations? No, I mean the vibration of the thing. It's the sound, but it also is, even if they numb your entire face so that you lose the ability to speak, it still hurts.
It goes through your whole jawbone. So I got home and I crawled on the bed and I was groaning so loudly the cat kept staring at me.
Oh.
And then a few days later, I was still kind of groaning softly to myself. It was horrible. And it kind of just, and then
think about the cat.
On my chest.
Think about the cat, Elizabeth.
No, he was very alarmed.
Very selfish.
And then the dentist had to kneel on my chest to do it. It was just awful.
Oh,
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it.
No, that sounds
really
awful.
wouldn't. It cost me $1,500 for what? I don't know.
Right.
Just,
Yeah.
Anyway,
so I think I'm just going to get it yanked out.
If you really need to. I mean, I've read some interesting articles whereby if you leave your teeth alone, they'll be okay.
Well, that would be my preference. But the dentist, I think she's an expert, she said that it won't.
I don't know. See how it goes. But I just want to warn you that the root canal is just really horrific.
Yeah,
they never tell you how painful it's going to be.
Well, I specifically quizzed her about this. I said, root canal work is synonymous with the most painful thing that you can do to a person. And she said, oh, no, it'll be fine.
It isn't. Just remember my cat's looking at me in total despair.
Yeah.
Just think of that. Right, the things I found in the street. I found almost everything in my flat in the street, the area in which I live. There's
Islington?
high tenants. Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to pick up anything off the street in Islington, Elizabeth? What, are you out of your mind?
No, everything's been brand new and clean. I found multiple duvets.
Duvets? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
a duvet you found in the street and you put it around your person. Oh, my God.
No, but they're wrapped. they're wrapped and they're left under a tree, then they're intact. They're not even.
Why would anybody leave a brand new wrapped duvet under a tree? That sounds like a trap.
Because there's so many tenancies around here, and either the tenants run off without paying their rent, or the landlord throws the tenants out, chucking all of their stuff out of the first floor window under the nearest tree. So you go and look at the tree, and there's table lamps, there's bedside cabinets I found, beautiful bathroom cabinets, table.
What
to the
tree?
kitchen.
Where is this tree? I'm going to back a lorry up to that tree.
That's what my boyfriend says. Because when we have a row and I want to apologise to him, I give him a mirror or something that I found, underneath one of these trees.
What, with which he can take a good long look at himself?
Not exactly, but just kind
That's
of
very
apologise.
passive-aggressive, Elizabeth. Here's a present. Look at yourself.
And then he gets a really nice mirror. But I have found some unbelievable things. I found a brand new IKEA table for the kitchen, multiple chairs, swivel chairs. There's been more, but I've not been able to carry it.
Right.
Intact herbs and spices, gigantic.
Is this you just actually nicking stuff from IKEA? Is that what this
No, I've
is?
No, the funny thing about IKEA
I know
is
it's
I've never
cheap.
actually been in one.
You're supposed to pay as on leaving.
No, I've never actually managed to get into IKEA.
Right. Well,
I've
if
never
you
actually
get
found the
into
entrance.
one, the trick is trying to get back out again. That's the problem. Best of luck with that. Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. Yeah, the getting in is easy. It's the getting back out again. What is the tough part? Around and around and around you go. And you find yourself in wardrobes, and you were looking for kitchens. And there doesn't seem to be any end to it. It just goes on and on and on. And then you go downstairs to where all the glassware is.
Oh, no.
Oh, when will it ever end, do you think? All you wanted when you went in there was a Gehörgerflöger. And can you find one?
No.
No. And Kirkcaldy, Jürgen.
Good morning, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Priti Patel.
Yeah.
8.5 million inactive people.
Yes.
It's just a nonsense. I mean, I don't know if you read it, but there was a kind of breakdown of how those 8.5 million people, or who they are,
yes,
effectively.
Mm-hmm.
So they reckon there's about 2.4 million who are students, around 2 million who are long-term sick, around 1.5 million who have taken early retirement. So it doesn't leave much.
Well, at all.
Terms of,
yeah.
Well, exactly. So I'm not entirely sure how her 8.5 million is going to save the economy if we're not going to have.
Jürgen, you're not cooperating. You see, what we have to, we're all living in Donald Trump's world now. What we have to do is just say anything that we like off the top of our heads, and it becomes a fact. And with the expectation that people won't check. That's the world we're living in now.
Well, I'm just not kind of being positive enough, I guess. That's where I'm going wrong.
Yeah. You're walking the wrong way around the circle.
Yes.
You're going to have to be corrected.
Well, you're not allowed to point out the truth anymore.
No.
Or kind of say anything that could, block any of their kind of inconvenient.
Yes. Do not disagree with the dear leader.
Indeed. Wherever he is.
Yeah, that's right. Wherever he is. Where's Boris? Is anybody missing him yet?
No.
No, not really. We'll let you know if we do. All right, thanks a lot, Jürgen. 0345 6060 973. OK, here's that story. Priti Patel was branded clueless after claiming that labour shortages caused by her tough new immigration plans could be filled by 8.5 million economically inactive people in the UK. She said that with a smirk, but then Priti Patel says everything with a smirk. Like she's thinking that everyone is a numbskull and easily duped. Or she thinks that we already fancy her. It's just that look on her face. It's just so irritating. It's a sort of knowing, superior smirk. Or maybe it's her cheekbones. They're so massive, they're hoiking the skin round her mouth up. She always looks like she's holding back from laughing at us. Anyway, clearly someone passed on the information that there are 8.5 million shirkers who aren't working. Somebody told her that, or she just made it up. She added 2 and 2 and got 5, which, to be fair, is correct, if you want it to be. Everyone gets to have their own maths now. It's an opinion-based discipline. There's nothing provable in maths. 6/8 are 65, and there's no way of proving that they aren't. So Priti Patel, who is the Home Secretary, if you can believe that, is either trying to pull the wool over our eyes by saying that there's 8.5 million economically inactive people in the UK, or she was given that number by a sneaky assistant, maybe one of those that she's accused of bullying. And she went public with it without checking. Big mistake, huge. Because while there may be 8.5 million people who aren't doing what the government might call work, they aren't living a life of luxury with their feet up on piles of benefit cash. They're doing other things that are good for the country, like caring for people, for instance. There's about 2 million people who are unpaid carers in Britain, and they do really important work, which is valued at about £57 billion a year. And that's according to the government's own figures, the Office of National Statistics. That was published in April 2016. And those figures, by the way, are from 2014 on an upward curve, going up at about 10% a year. So it's going to be way more than £57 billion now. And do you know how much that £350 million a week that we're giving to the EU that we could be giving to the NHS is? You remember the bus? That's £18.2 billion a year. Even though the bus was a fibbing. Liar! Even though that bus was lying, that's £18.2 billion a year. Unpaid carers are benefiting the economy by £57 billion a year. And those carers are mostly not in employment. But that doesn't mean that they are economically useless because of the cost of replacing what they do for free. Unless we just want those in need to go without, because it's a price worth paying, you know, on the road to national purity and shutting the borders. And then there's the economically inactive shirkers who are students. How can you study full-time and get one of those jobs the Home Secretary was smirking about? There's 2.3 million students in her 8.5 million figure, and so we can dismiss those too. I mean, you might be able to get some work done while you study, but not much, and not for long. So it wouldn't really solve the problem of filling all those posts that won't be done by EU workers. And besides, would we rather the people filling those posts would be... No, I walked myself down a cul-de-sac. Let me back up. I'll reverse. Would we rather the people that we are basing our hopes for the future of this country, would we rather they concentrate on their subjects, or would we rather that they are forced to put down their books and go fruit picking? I mean, I seriously doubt that our main competitor companies will be forcing students to do extra work, so we'll end up with less qualified engineers, for instance. You know, but at least there'll be dab hands at picking strawberries.
Oh, fabulous.
And then there's the long-term sick. People who've had to jump through hoops put there by previous Tory luminaries like Ian Duncan Smith. You remember Ian Duncan Smith, don't you? Bill! Yes, that's him. As Work and Pension Secretary, he made it quite a rigorous procedure to be classed as sick and unsuited to work. So let's assume that the sick are actually sick, notwithstanding a few isolated cases that the tabloids spread across their pages to make it seem like all disabled people are really perfectly fine and are cheating hard-working Britons out their money. And then there's the retired. There's over 1 million of them, and they are economically inactive, right enough. I mean, is Priti Patel imagining that they can be dragged out of retirement to fill the farm labouring and overnight cleaning posts that are going to go unfilled after her strict new point system comes in? Because I think that the pensioners might have something to say about that. So either all that is false, or what Priti Patel is saying is false about there being 8.5 million economically inactive people who are ripe to fill the positions that are going to be vacant after the new regime kicks in. I mean, there's 3 options. Either she's ill-informed, or she's deliberately peddling a falsehood to make a flawed policy seem logical, or it's not about any of that. The third option is that the real story is that she's setting us up for a massive cut in welfare payments because those that are currently receiving benefits because they can't work are about to be reclassified as shirkers. I suspect the latter, with a bit of the first two thrown in for good measure. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Hard to believe that the Tories are going through with this. I mean, they say they're closing the borders because that's what the people want. Well, the people don't know what they want till they get it. I mean, it's that old adage attributed to Henry Ford, that if you asked the people what they wanted, they'd have said a faster horse. Ask the people what kind of an electric car they'd like. The manufacturers did that when they were planning their first, the models of electric cars. And people said they want something that looks like a normal car. And then, if you look at what they actually bought, it turns out they actually wanted something that looked a bit futuristic, like the BMW 3i or the Tesla. They just didn't know that they wanted that because they hadn't seen it yet. The public don't know what they want. They might think that they want fewer foreigners or no threat of foreigners coming to a location near them. But if that means the collapse of the farming industry and the restaurant trade and hotels and delivery companies and warehousing and fruit preparation and security and cleaning, if it means higher prices in the shops and fewer jobs around, then they might think that that's not what they want. But don't take my word for it. Sectors from care homes to construction to farming, they all warned that they're going to face difficulty in recruiting enough staff after this points-based system comes into force at the end of next year. And at the end of this year, isn't it? But as all of these people are experts in possession of facts, no one was remotely interested in anything they had to say. The Institute for Public Policy Research, a think tank, calculated that Priti Patel's immigration plans, which replace free movement with a requirement for most migrants to have a job offer worth £25,600 or more, those rules will cancel out around 70% of EU workers currently in this country. They said it's going to deliver a shock to key sectors of the economy. And those excluded would include 90% of EU nationals in the transport and storage sector, 85% in hotels and restaurants, 66% in health and social care, and 59% in construction. Basically everything we do for a living, if you don't count the banking racket. And Boris Johnson said that the changes would mean the UK welcoming the best and the brightest from around the world while maintaining full control of our borders. But we've always welcomed the best and the brightest. I mean, it's not like we turned them away. You don't send an engineer back because we let a fruit picker in. We're not a nightclub. It's not one in, one out. And there's a roll call of interested people who think that all this is a disaster, dressed up as help. Unison Assistant General Secretary Christina McNear said that it spells absolute disaster for the care sector, which has not been granted an exemption from the minimum pay threshold. And the Federation of Master Builders said closing the door on low-skilled workers would stand in the way of Boris Johnson achieving his promises of massive infrastructure investment and 1 million new homes. Who's going to build them? Brian Berry, the Trade Association's chief executive, says it's simply unreasonable to assume the domestic workforce will fill this gap in the next 9 months. And Francis O'Grady, the General Secretary of the TUC, said it was not credible for ministers to expect millions of pensioners and students and carers to enter the workforce. Of course it isn't. What are they talking about? Rather than allowing people to travel to the UK to contribute to our economy by working, Priti Patel would rather drag people out of education and retirement and out of hospital beds and set them to work, said Christine Jardine, out of the Liberal Democrats. Jonathan Ashworth, the Shadow Health Secretary, said Priti Patel is clearly clueless about the labour market. Not only has she unveiled an immigration policy that potentially devastates our social care sector, detrimentally impacting on some of the most vulnerable in society, she's also justifying it by saying that those who are carers or sick or retired should take up these jobs. He says, yet again, the Tories are putting dogma ahead of the needs of the economy, and it's the vulnerable paying the price. But you know what? The vulnerable voted for this. So they won. Get over it. Pensioners overwhelmingly voted Tory at the last election. And the poorer you are, the more likely you are to have voted Conservative. 42.5% of ABC1s voted Tory. 48% of C2DEs voted Tory. That's not a result that you would have expected, is it? I was surprised. More C2DEs voted Conservative than did ABC1s. In other words, the poorer you are, the more likely you are to have voted Conservative in the last election. So the poor and the old voted for this. You won, get over it. And, by the way, so did those with low education levels. The lower your education level, the more likely you are to have voted Conservative at the last election. I ain't making it up. These are just facts. And I would expect that those with the low education would be more likely to be asked to fill in unskilled jobs vacated by Europeans. I mean, you're not going to insist that to somebody with a degree and a doctorate is going to be forced to work in a field picking pears. It's somebody who ain't got no GCSEs who's going to be asked to do that. And as they voted Conservative in greater numbers at the last general election, hey, you voted for it, you won, get over it. Social care providers were the loudest in their warnings about how the new immigration rules would deal to their sector. 17% of staff in adult social care are migrants. 40% in London. And there's 120,000 unfilled vacancies at this moment across the country. And we're about to start turning them away at the border. The Nuffield Trust Health think tank warned Priti Patel's proposals risked pushing the sector over the edge. Nadra Ahmed from the National Care Association said the government were either not listening or closing their eyes to the fact that social care needs to be on the shortage occupation list. Farmers welcome the changes to increase the number of seasonal workers that they can recruit from outside the EU, from 2,500 to 10,000 for the coming harvest, but they don't need 10,000, they need 70,000. Otherwise, the fruit and the vegetables and the flowers ain't going to get picked. The National Farmers Union say they need 70,000 seasonal workers. And their president, Minette Batters, said the failure to provide an entry route, not only for fruit pickers, but packers and meat processors and vets, would severely impact on their ability to deliver high-quality, affordable food for the public. Still, it's only food. What's that said against fewer foreigners, where you can't see them, and the chance for us to take a second job yanking tubers out the ground? A glorious future.
We're running late!
Yes, here is a very important call in Isleworth. Will.
Oh, evening, Nicholas.
Will.
I'm going to stick up for Priti Patel, if I may.
Yes.
Say what you want about her, good or ill, but I always feel like I understand what she's saying. Partly, I think, because she precedes every sentence with, let me be clear, and listen, as I say, repeat what she just said.
Yeah.
So if I'm just a bit confused at all, then, she's always very clear.
Right.
So I want to share something with you. I can tell you're a bit nervous about your dental work.
Who, me? Nervous? What makes you say that?
Well, I wanted to share something. So a few decades ago, I was coming up to that age where you have to pay for your own dental stuff. So I thought, oh gosh, better get in the dentist. And the lady said, well, you definitely need a filling done at the back.
Right.
And then she said, I must say, you've got quite deep crevices. And I said, oh, hello, sailor. Nothing to do with that.
What does that mean?
It's just where your molars and that, they're just a bit on the deep side. She said you got a few of them are going, so I'd recommend you got the other 7 skimmed as well. I said, hang on.
Skimmed?
Fillings. Yeah, just like a light filling. And I thought, when I spoke to your broadcast assistant earlier, I thought it was 6, but I've counted on the tongue. It's actually 8. two on each side, top and bottom, two on each side. And I listened to this thing on an alternative broadcaster, maybe British World Service, maybe, and then I heard this thing about self-hypnosis. And what it is, you lie down and you're in your head, obviously, but you imagine your tips of your toes and they drift off to sleep.
What, your toes?
Your toes do, exactly. Well, they're not asleep, but they're there. They're in a different meta universe. And then your souls become similarly discombobulated. Then the heels,
Right.
and the shins,
And,
all the
and
way
you have
up.
to be lying down when you do this, obviously.
You do,
Yeah, otherwise
on the
it'd be-
dentist chair.
yeah, before. Oh, on the dentist chair, right?
Or anywhere, but preferably on, for your purposes, on the dentist chair. And and then it goes up all the way through your knees to your bum, and then chest and your ears, and you do that for your entire body with about 5 seconds on each one.
Yeah.
And then you're ready for something to happen. And
I'd rather have laughing gas. Can I have laughing gas?
you could have it's kind of cheating. You can have the old injection in the gum if you want. That's what. Well,
Yeah,
probably a
no,
bit
I
more
want
for-
that obviously, but
You
I
don't
want
need it,
something.
though, do you?
I want something much more than that.
You can actually go unconscious, I think, can't you? If you really want to, but that's risky, isn't it? Because brain cells.
Yeah, no, I don't want. Yeah, I don't want a general anaesthetic. I just want something. I want some heavy medication. I want whatever they've got in the cabinet in large amounts. I want them to make me a cocktail.
My thing does work, I'll tell you, because as time rolled on, I don't know if you ever watched Love Island, but the thing about not anymore, but the thing about male grooming is that's all pervasive nowadays. And I had an ex-girlfriend once, and she advised me to get some sort of tidying up down in the garden, so to speak. And
what's this got to do with your teeth?
Well, I had wax. I do a bit of the old thing I told you about, this sort of self-hypnosis.
Okay, right. Mind over matter. Yeah, I get it. I don't matter, and you don't mind. I understand. All right, thanks a lot, Will. No, I want heavy medication in large amounts and a straw to drink it with. A bit of ice would be nice, and one of those umbrellas. I mean, is that asking too much? One of the best experiences I ever had at a dentist was when I had, I think it was when they put a crown on, which meant that they had to grind the tooth to a stump and then stick a crown on it, which was a terrible procedure, which I enjoyed tremendously because, and this was about 20 years ago, and I've never seen a dentist with this equipment since. And I can't understand why they don't do it. And we don't even have this stuff now. I don't know how they got hold of it, but it was goggles that you put on that you could see TV through. And they cut out all of the horrible visuals of somebody like leaning over you and going into your mouth with a needle the size of a chicken baster, because those needles are huge, unnecessarily large, in my opinion. And you just don't want to see somebody coming at you with one of those. And neither do you want to see somebody with, one of the instruments of torture that they have in large numbers in a dentist's office. You want to be somewhere else. And so they gave me these goggles, and they played. They had a selection of videos of which I chose absolutely fabulous. And I couldn't stop laughing throughout the whole. I mean, maybe I had, a little bit of happy juice. I don't know what it was they gave me, but I was laughing my head off to the point that they had to stop a few times because I was laughing so much. It wasn't one of the most pleasant experiences, but it certainly wasn't one of the worst, and it would have been otherwise. How come dentists don't have that? You don't. It's not just the sound of it that's bad. It's the sight of it that's bad. I mean, you don't want somebody coming at your mouth. I mean, it's a very, very stressful thing to see because it's not something that you ordinarily have, is it? Unless they've got their lips puckered, and you don't want your dentist coming at you with puckered lips. No one wants that. So it should be the law in this country that you should have TV goggles. But I don't think that they're available, are they? It's almost like I had stepped into a DeLorean and gone into the future. Because, as I say, it must have been 20 years ago. God, when you think back and you think, hey, it was probably 5 years, 10 years, no, maybe it was 15, no, it was 20 years.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It just ticks away, don't it? Doesn't it fly when you're out of your mind? On heavy medication. Watching a comedy. That should be the law. all dentists should have funny goggles. I'm right about that. I think you'll find that is correct. Thousands of texts coming through now about dental advice, according to my glamorous assistant. What are they saying?
Oh, God, there's different procedures people have had done and how much they cost.
Yeah.
That's it.
Is there a consensus?
Wide-ranging from the low hundreds to the high thousands, and all of them are nightmare-inducing.
The high thousands?
Yeah, I mean, it's daylight robbery. I'd rather just keep the mouldy ones, really. Keep the yellow ones.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit too much information. Well, I mean, what kind of a dental procedure would cost in the high thousands? Or maybe it's like one of those hip-hop grills.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Like Kanye probably has got. I want diamonds in my teeth. I pay my taxes, why can't I have some? Anyway, it's not like I'm complaining about this.
Stop whining.
I'm just very, very concerned, that's all. It seems unfair that my teeth are fine, it's that my gums have got to come out. Oh, well, never mind.